Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special Ayurveda for Everyone every day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special Ayurveda for Everyone every day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special Ayurveda for Everyone every day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda Special Ayurveda for Everyone every day.
Heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda special Ayurveda for everyone every day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda special Ayurveda for everyone every day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda special Ayurveda for everyone every day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda special Ayurveda for everyone every day.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda special Ayurveda for everyone every day.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda special Ayurveda for everyone every day.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Ayurveda special Ayurveda for everyone every day.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, wherever you are connected to us from. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode at Healing Our Earth, which is Ayurveda special. Every Sunday, we bring to you something really different and informative, as well as full of entertainment and education. And for this episode as well, we aim to fulfill something like this. But before we dive into that, let's start with the mantra. You may hold any affirmation of your choice. I'll be chanting Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome back. Today's episode is on an ancient system of Indian science, which is known as Ayurveda. We have so much of wealth of traditional medicine world over, and this wealth needs to be spread. And that's why today's episode is helping us to understand, to correlate, as well as to transform these traditional systems of medicine in today's day life, for which we have experts, guests, panelists, and where are the people who will be sharing their wisdom from the field of Ayurveda and from the field of holistic healing, the science of well-being, that will produce a great gesture to give you some tips to live a happy, healthy, and a bright life. So it's time for me to welcome our three eminent guests, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, our integrative health episode lead from UK. Global Namaste to you. Professor Ish Sharma from Mauritius, who is Ayurveda episode producer as well as on Ayurveda chair at Mauritius. We have our great Ayurveda Acharya Vaidya Rajan Patankar from India, who is our senior resident panelist. A very warm welcome to all of you at this Ayurveda episode. And today's episode is Ayurveda for everyone, every day. And with this, I welcome you all to understand and talk about and also spread the wisdom of what Ayurveda is, how Ayurveda is, and how can people benefit from it. Over to you, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amrita. It is a great opportunity to be the health producer for healing our earth that has been serving global population, bringing their health up. And I think it's a great opportunity to celebrate Ayurveda, which is 5,000-year-old science based from India, working and growing like tree across the world. And now is the time where people are more open to think about things other than modern medicine. I'm trained in modern medicine, but I am in my heart having Ayurveda because when I was a toddler, 5, 6 year old, my mother used to have pain in her calves, very severe pain, and she has been taking the ergopirin, which was the modern medicine, but ultimately a Vaidya came, gave some kada and some leaves to tie around the calves, and she got cured. And I was a little baby, little child at that time, and in my heart thought, even when I become doctor, the medical doctor, I will pursue that. And during my medical career, I have done through correspondence, the certification, attended, and finally got into the bits where I have found the similarities between the modern medicine system and the Ayurveda, and they should work together. And that is what called the true integration. And I and Ish and quite a few others, we have been working on it. And I hope we will bring today how the treatment is same, it's a different modality, it's changing the lifestyle, and that is what is needed. So I'm glad here. It's a fantastic day. Amrita, thank you so much. And Nil Kumar is working behind, and there are many others who are working. Being health producer, I feel Arogyam is a necessity. It's our birthright, and we must do anything. Patient is the center. Whether it is Ayurveda, whether it is modern medicine, whether it's homeopathy, whether it is hypnotherapy, whether it is some, Tai Chi, Qi Gong, anything else, it doesn't matter. To the patient, it matters is what can make him better. And if we can do it in a natural way through yoga, Ayurveda, the plant products, why should we not do it? And that is what is important. Chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, obesity, dementia, they are day in and out everywhere. And for chronic diseases, there is not enough medication to cure these, while even if we not call it cure, there is a huge amount of relief for chronic disease in Ayurveda, and we can use it. And I'm thinking even for things like heart diseases, Arjuna terminalia is fantastic. For infection, inflammation, turmeric is great. So these things are being used, and our mothers have used many of these herbs in their kitchen all the way through. So now is the time to really think the medicinal uses, and that would be very important to understand why these things work, how these work, because everybody needs evidence. You go on Amazon,
Yes.
you see the reviews first. How many reviews? Oh, somebody has got like 500 reviews, then you are more likely to buy that than somebody who has got one review. So here we go. So I think it'll be fantastic to do that. And you got a fantastic team here, great speakers. So I welcome all, and let's start the day. So
Yes.
over to Ish.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Uh, Dr. Rajiv has been talking about the wellness of herbs and what the legacy of these herbs have given. What is your take, Professor Ish Sharma, about it before we take up our guests? And yes, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amrita, and thank you, Neil. Thank you, Rajiv ji, and I welcome Professor Pradeep, Professor Shridev, Professor Narendra, And we soon will be having Mr. Jayant joining us. Before I start, maybe if I can request you, Amrita, if we can have Pradeep to begin with after this maybe talk, because it's like very late for
Yes,
him in Australia. So,
definitely.
and he has got a busy
Definitely.
day. So surely, as
Definitely.
Dr. Rajiv ji put, we are actually uh, coming back a full circle. There was Ayurveda only maybe like 100 years back. And then there was this transition where we had the wonderful discoveries and inventions in the Western medicine. And now this new menace, what we call non-communicable diseases, these somehow do not much depend upon a very nice infrastructure, very nice doctors, hospitals around your home, researches, because you have to introspect, you have to fight your own battle. If I believe, okay, I have got one NCD, let's say hypertension. Okay, then the doctor should be discovering, inventing the best medicine for me, and I will only be taking the tablet and I don't do anything else. No dietary change, no lifestyle. Unfortunately, this approach will not help. So that is where our role is becoming larger and larger, and it is a give back time for most of us. We being so mature, it is a give back time to the society after our like lifelong learning. How can now very important? It cannot be a monologue. We could be talking anything under the sky. Okay, Ayurveda says this. That's all. No, we have to be on the same page into a deliverable form where everyone can understand it. The one who is not from India, who doesn't know what is like a Vata Pitta Kapha or Ayurveda or kitchen spices, for them also we have to simplify in baby steps so that they start taking something. They have to start from somewhere. And I came to know about a very interesting incidents which I would like to share with you. For the first time, we introduced Ayurveda at the University of Mauritius, albeit a small model. It's like 180 hours only, but still now we have the entry of Ayurveda at the University of Mauritius. For the first intake, we launched in the month of March, where we had 185 students, which is a huge number because the total population of Mauritius is 1.2 million only. Now, the range was there were people who were not academically qualified, and there were retired vice chancellors, current head of the departments. There were 7 to 8 MBBS doctors. So the speech was to be, I was only like tutor. The language, the content had to be in such a manner that it should be suitable to all, to the doctors, to the non-medicos, to not well literate, and to the professors. Now, the professor and head of the department physics, he also was our student. He told a very interesting case. He, like 20 years back, he was suffering a lot from pain in his left eye. His eyeball was paining, and it was paining for months, and he went to various doctors. They were giving painkillers and whatnot, and nothing was helping him. And he started believing I would have to live with it. One fine day, while driving on his radio, he heard like one statement that for pain in your head and neck area, including your ears, your nose, your eye, you should just be gargling with hot water or retain hot water into your mouth. Now, 20 years back, he thought, okay, I have done everything. Let me do this also. He did this simple technique, which is surely anti-vata, and pain doesn't come without vata. And his pain went away within a week. That's what he told me some time back. So Ayurveda is miraculous. It is beyond our expectations. Our thoughts might be limited. Okay, no, this is where Ayurveda might not help, or. So we have to keep trying with most ethical principles, because kalasya kutlagati, the wheel of fortune is most unexpected. The way it went bad, now you are having one disease, it might reverse. You might without any explanation, you might get well also. So we have to keep attempting. And yes, looking forward to this day, Amrita. And
Professor, Professor Sharma, you're very right that Ayurveda is miraculous and we need to keep on plugging in the right ethical way. What we will now do, we'll just say a quick hello to Vaidya Rajan Patankar. We need to move to our nominated guest, Dr. Naveen Gupta. Just before that, in Australia, let's welcome Pardeep Kumar as well, who is our regular resident senior host. Global Namaste, Rajan Patankar ji in Mumbai. If you could just say hello and we will chit chat with you a bit later. Let's welcome you, say hello, and we go to Pardeep, then we go
Hello
to
and
our
global namaste. On this
global
platform, there are
namaste.
so many stalwarts, more
Yes.
knowledgeable than me. So global namaste to everyone.
And
Thank you.
stay around after the initial chit chat with Dr. Naveen Gupta. We want to enter into an open session where we say and give better tips to the consumer who are watching on the social media. Global Namaste in Australia, where I think shortly the time will be coming to midnight. Pardeep, how are you? And over the 5 minutes, if you could tell us about Ayurveda in Australia, then we move on to Dr. Naveen Gupta, who's in 4 countries practicing. So a global namaste to you, Pardeep.
Very global namaste
Global
to all.
namaste to you.
Regards, my mentor, Dr. Ish, and Dr. Rajan Patankar, sir. Welcome, Dr. Naveen Gupta ji, Amrita Sharma ji, and all. Neil ji, special thanks to you for sharing me the platform. I am just back right now. I was out with the family for 3 days. After 3 days, just I am reaching home and directly on the screen. So I was given the opportunity to share the global scenario of Ayurveda. As Dr. Ish told that we are doing all these things at global level in Mauritius, London, and we have did these things in 7, 8 years for European countries and Thailand, Malaysia, some Asian countries, Nepal. I will share my small story that while I was in taken the admission in my post graduation, and there was the choice to choose your thesis, and my aim was at that time in 2005 only that I chosen the topic for globalization of Ayurveda. I made that the abstract and all that, the 10 slides and the CDs and all that, the 10 copies, and sent it to the university. But my department was Department of Basic Principles, and that thesis was not approved to do because the very simple thing was that Ayurveda has been already globalized. What you will do the new? I discussed with Dr. Ish, sir, and we were planning that we will be doing these things and we will be seeing where we can go and move, and we can see where the authentic and traditional or awareness of Ayurveda is there. And as we are saying that it is always the miraculous, and where all the times I will share my thoughts and ideas that where we are limited or where are the limitations there. Like I have been given the opportunity for sharing that Ayurveda in Australia, as when we were sitting in India and we were doing all these things that the miraculous Ayurveda with special practical approach with the Panchakarma therapy, getting patients from all over the globe, especially at our clinic under the supervision of Dr. E. Sharma sir. We visited together Nepal, European countries a lot times, and New Zealand, Australia. Now I'm here from last 1 year continuously, and started doing something related with the AAA, that is Australian Association of Ayurveda. I will share my part here, and taken their professional membership and completed that in last days only, and started my practice for completing the. There are some eligibilities and some correspondences you have to cover up that 100 hours of that training, and being you are whatever you are, and your 10 cases and whatever we were doing that in our internship with the students and other people, that students were doing a lot of cases day by day, but we were doing the patients in practical approach with the chronic disorders and lifestyle disorders and non-communicable disorders and obesity, diabetes, cancerous parts. But what I want to talk that in India, while we were doing these miraculous therapies, we can't claim anything while sitting here. We have to tell the patient or our client, or even we directly sometimes can't say that they're our patients. We have to use some different forms. And I also bow my head towards I'm saying Antonian sir, I am great fan of them. And welcome, Antonian sir. And I've heard a lot about them for the globalization earlier also in some seminar in Australia also. And I want to share that there are some limitations. We have to discuss all the things, not only the positive aspect, also the other things, like where we are limited. Here, the medicine can't be approached from all over the globe because according to the TGA, Therapeutic Goods Administration, they are saying that the medicines only which are sown in Australia and they are manufactured in Australia, and any herbs which are not containing the contaminated water from other countries or some other chemicals in their due to the polluted water or herbs or crops, they are not welcomed in Australia. So there is some limited herbs. Of course, some Chinese herbs and other herbs are available here, but a lot of people are practicing here, and it is a very great scope of Ayurveda, Panchkarma, Triple is doing a lot of good things. They are letting we people get attached with the insurance companies also these days. But everything is free for the people for getting treatments in other pathies. That may be allopathy or physiotherapy or even massages or some other systems of healthcare. In Ayurveda, being in this field from last 9 years, done my graduation, post-graduation, run my own hospital, 10-bed hospital in Ludhiana with allopathy doctors, MD medicine, MD pediatrics, and a lot of emergency care in neuro, heart, then leading to Panchkarma, little bit yoga, practicing Panchkarma, taught for 15 years in good universities, attached with Dr. Ish, with through them, got the opportunity for being the board of studies of the faculty of University of Ayurveda in Punjab. But at some level, I am thinking that we all people here, like Dr. Rajiv Gupta, very senior faculty from the allopathy part and playing a great role in Ayurveda, and Antonian sir, Dr. Naveen Gupta ji, Dr. Ish, of course, Dr. Amrita doing all these things every Sunday, very strenuous job for Ayurveda, that for the better future of Ayurveda. Why, my question for all the senior faculty here, why we are all the times waiting for better future of Ayurveda? Ayurveda is already globalized. Ayurveda is there already, miraculous from the root cause of disease. We are treating the people, or we are trying to treat that. But why not? We should be at the same platform, or why not our faculty, maybe Healing Our Earth or other senior faculties or government levels, they come to one common platform, maybe through Healing Our Earth, that the recognition should be like that. If we are saying at one place it is miraculous, why not it is same miraculous at the other place? Maybe with the medicines, maybe with the herbs. If the herbs are same miraculous at one place, why not they are at the other place with the same people? Like maybe our Indian community here in Australia or some other people. I have seen very enthusiasm for Ayurveda, for its basic principles. Here in Australia, people are just mad about that. We are trying to take some volunteer lecture on every week, 8 people, 10 people, 5 people, even 2 people. And once there was only one person, and we devoted 1.5 hours with my wife and some other people of our yoga groups. We have launched one Geelong Ayur Yoga Wellness Club in Geelong. I'm in Geelong, near 70 kilometers from
So,
Melbourne.
Dr. Pradeep, I wanted to ask you, what are the best positive points did you find? What kind of Ayurveda do you find? Like you told, there is a lot of scope.
Yeah.
What kind of Ayurveda did you find? What kind of centers people have? What do they practice there?
So Dr.
What kind
Amrita
of
and
degrees there?
Dr.
Yeah.
Amrita and Professor Pradeep will take this subject again. Professor Pradeep, you're very passionate in what you say. Why don't we unite? Stay now. We are going to take this subject again because our next guest, Professor and a doctor and a Vaidacharya, Dr. Naveen Gupta, who actually successfully takes clinics in Switzerland, Belgium, Netherlands, and Harley Street in London, will also be able to join force in saying about the regulation. And who better also, Dr. Morandi in Italy, who is both, he's Ayurveda and allopathy doctor, who is advanced. So let's visit our Dr. Naveen Gupta for a while over next 10 to 15 minutes. Then we will chit chat as a group as to how we move forward, because we are moving forward. Thank you, Professor in Australia. And Amrita, let's welcome Dr. Naveen Gupta. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Please stay around, Dr. Pradeep. We'll be taking up these questions and chit chat, which is very important. Dr. Naveen Gupta, very warm welcome to you, Dr. Naveen Gupta. You have been practicing Ayurveda, learned from Tibia College, Delhi, moved up as a step. So before you take up your talk on the topic, because it has a lot to do with the enhancement and about globalization of Ayurveda, I also want to know from you the steps that you took from your journey from Tibia College to the Harley Street. How had it been? And as your talk today is on a very vibrant subject, which is related with psychotherapy and emotional health in the perspective of Ayurveda, which is also very vibrant and interesting in today's time. So it's time to hear from you all that. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Neilji. Thank you, everyone here at this platform. Global Namaste. I'll be coming to the answer directly, what Amrita has asked me, and then Pradeep has asked something. And then I will, if I recall everything, I will answer that. And then I'm given a slot of 15 minutes now. So I try my best to stop in 15 minutes so that we have more minutes later to chit chat. For me, with respect to all the statements which have been given until now about the future, when the Ayurveda future will come, when, 3 times when was asked, and 3 times when was used. And now you are talking about the globalization of Ayurveda. Ayurveda is globalized. Why we need to talk about the globalization? I don't understand this, because Ayurveda is globalized. And why we need to talk about the future? Because this is the future. We are in the futuristic days of Ayurveda. So we are not looking for future will come. No, future is present. Today is the day of Ayurveda. Today is the world of, now the world wants to ask, world is looking towards us to tell them that how, let me come back to the Dr. Ish Sharma, when he mentioned about that a professor of physics, what gargles and all this was coming with the solution that 1 week the pain was gone. But this radio, Dr. Ish, did not mention about Ayurveda. He just heard about gargles, and then he was healed about the gargles. Then somewhere else he heard about Ayurveda, and then he came to you. He didn't came to you after gargles and the pain was gone. So because there was no Ayurveda mentioned that radio, if I understand correctly. So this is our job to tell the whole world and the radio jockeys, and our one and only Neil already knows it. So he's already in a very good energy, and he spreads the world from one to the earth to healing our earth. And then I agree with Pradeep that healing our earth should take, and then this big platform should come. But for me, Ayurveda is globalized, and it is the future. We are in the future. So, and now about the journey, what you said to me, and Amrita, it's no time. I don't know whether after listening all this, our participants from all over the world, all over the globe, who are listening later or now to the other social media platform, they would like to hear more about me. It's not the point here. They would like to hear more about the subject today. Coming back to that Tibia College story which you told. So this is, I'm happy to share to everybody. This is my 47th year in July 2024. I started in July 1977 at Ayurveda and Unani Tibia College. At that time, it was already the university college. It was already, we were under the UGC, University Grant Commission at that time. So this is my 47th year, and the exact month I'm sitting with you at my home in Gidia Park in London. But my clinic, my journey from that to Harley Street, why did not you're talking only that journey? Why don't you talk about when you're going back to Tibia College? I'm going back to my Delhi also. So we are globalized. So journey to Harley Street is, it's a long journey. So let us talk it some other time. Let me come back to the topic which I assigned for today, that is Vedic psychotherapy. For me, it is the time for a paradigm shift in mental health and emotional well-being. And I'm talking to the psychiatrists of the world today. And of course, their patients. Of course, there would be patients. I'm talking to all psychiatrists in the world. It is the time for a paradigm shift in mental health and emotional well-being. So, what Veda says about it is, thoughts are self-arising and thinking is a choice. We cannot control our thoughts, but thinking is our choice. So this is the key of the Veda. What Veda said this, what Veda mentions it, this is the key of all the psychiatric treatment in the world. Let me come directly to one point here. I will read a paragraph from Vagbhata, the heart of Indian medicine. It is called Ashtanga Hridaya. I call it heart of Indian medicine. As Pradeep, Ish, and everybody was speaking, that we should speak the language which people will understand. So when I say Ashtanga Hridaya, I love it because I need to mention it because I'm from Ayurveda. But at the same time, I will mention to the general public here at this platform, listening to us, viewing us, that it is the heart of medicine, heart of Indian medicine. So I make a quote from that heart of Indian medicine. A person whose physiology is in balance, whose appetite, digestion, and metabolism are good, whose tissues health or health of the tissues and elimination processes are functioning properly. So I mentioned about physiology in balance, appetite 2, digestion 3, metabolism 4. So I talked about the 4 good points. Now I'm coming to whose tissues health of the tissues is good, or elimination processes are functioning properly, and whose self, we'll talk more about self. If I'm given after 15 minutes more times, so I'll be speaking about only self today. Then I can speak about self maybe few hours. So, but we have few minutes. So I'll be speaking about self later, whose self, mind, senses are always in a state of bliss. Such a person is considered to be healthy. And this is the quote from Sushruta, a physician and surgeon, flourished 6th century BCE. So from this, I'm mentioning this. Now, it is wisely and rightly said in Vedas, your mind is your mirror. आपका कुछ हिंदी बोलेंगे कभी कभी बीच बीच में, तो क्योंकि बहुत सारे हिंदी के लोग हैं और हो सकता है 140 करोड़ में से कुछ लोग सुन भी रहे हो और वो भी हिंदी समझेंगे भारत के। तो जो आपका मन है वही आपका मंदिर है और वही आपका मिरर है। हनुमान चालीसा सब लोग बोलते हैं, हम बोलते हैं ना, निज मन मुकुर सुधार। मुकुर का क्या मतलब है? मुकुर का मतलब मिरर। और उस मिरर का क्या मतलब है? मिरर का मतलब है कि हम अपने मन की बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मन हमारा मिरर है। It is wisely and rightly said in Vedas, your mind is your mirror, which will see and show both. And here I emphasize on these 2 points. Mirror will see and mirror will show all your deeds, good and bad, both. If I have a mirror in front of me and I look myself to the mirror, mirror will see me, I will see the mirror, I will see myself in the mirror as I am. I cannot change that. If I'm smiling, I will see smiling Naveen. If I'm not smiling, if I'm tired or exhausted or in sorrow or not in good mood, mirror will show me that. So it will see, it will show. So the same thing is our mind. It will, and more than that, because we are talking about a material mirror, and then I referred about the Hanuman Chalisa, which is a conscious text. Beautifully, I want to tell the whole listeners, viewers here at this platform, dear sirs, madam, young, infant, children, Ayurveda is a conscious text. That means it's not a static text. And I'm sorry for all other text, which is static text. Static text means what you read today, tomorrow it will not change. You will read the same thing today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow also. Unless and until it is edited or a new edition comes. But in Ayurveda, you don't need to produce new editions, because if you're producing new editions, you're making a lot of mistakes. Because the old editions are the good editions already. So you need to just review those, and you need just to go back to the nature. And what I mean here, conscious text. If I read a sentence today in Ayurveda or a sutra, and so by the way, sutra, shloka in Ayurveda are always in 2 lines. Like in dialect, you can say doha, but in Ayurveda, we will say shloka, sutra, always in 2 lines. 1 line is the one which a author or a speaker or me, Ish, you, Pradeepji, you, Amritaji, you, and Rajanji, and I'm sure Rajivji will also be able to speak Sanskrit. He comes from a Hindi background. So we, all of us, will be able to speak that. So the first line is spoken in Sanskrit by us or by the speaker, and the second line is completed by the God. So that is why Ayurveda is divine. The second line is always completed by the God. So this is how, like we say, hitta hitam sukham dukham ayustasya hitta hitam. This is spoken by me at this moment. And the next one, it is God who is completing this. Swasthaya swasthya rakshanam aturasya vikaram prashamanam cha. And this sutra, by the way, Neil was explaining about 4 countries, but I'm presently working in 7 countries now, anyway, or living in 3 countries. And so I say in 7 countries, minimum 10 people in each country, if we count upon, the 70s can speak this sutra so good, so good. You will not be able to recognize a Western person or a Gorawala, Gorewali is speaking this sutra. So they will speak completely in a pure Sanskrit text, Sanskrit accent, and that coming from the heart. So this is about Ayurveda I wanted to mention. Now I read 1 sutra more. Mana ev manushyanam karanam bandha moksha. As the mind, so the man. Bondage or liberation is in our own mind. If you feel bound, you are bound. If you feel liberated, you are liberated. Things outside neither bind nor liberate you. Things outside neither bind you nor liberate you. Only your attitude toward them does that. And this is all about psychiatry, because this is how you will handle these stressors of your life. Because it is not the stress which is coming in you, it is the outside circumstances, and to those circumstances, how you respond to that, and that is stress. So basically, this is what we learn in Ayurveda, and I do not know whether Neil or Mamita, when you want me to stop, just say to me 2 minutes before, please, because I will not know. As I told you, bound about it. So I tell you, Ayurveda is boundless.
So it's okay, carry on for 3 minutes and then we have a
Yes, 3 minutes, then it's fine, Neilji. Thank you so much. So Ayurveda is timeless. Kalatitam, bhavatitam, gunatitam, brahma, brahma. Kalatita, gunatita, bhavatita, brahma, 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 brahma. Sukshmato sukshmataha, mahattaro mahataha. Brahma, 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 Brahma. We are boundless. We are timeless. We are attributeless. Or we are beyond time, beyond experiences, and beyond attributes. If we know that self of us, then we will understand the self, which is me, in small letters, SELF, self. and in the capital letters, SELF, self, that is universe. So universe is in me, and I'm in the universe. I'm part of the universe, or I'm miniature replica of the universe. This is what our mind, our expansion of the mind is. I say many times to my students and patients all over the world that your body God has given to you, let it be limited. You should not expand your tummy, and otherwise you will become a patient of central obesity. And so many patients are coming for central obesity, you cannot imagine. Now the obesity has gone out. Obesity is not the topic anymore to discuss in all over the world. Now the people are discussing about the central obesity, because in the COVID period, they started eating too much. So it's central obesity. And Ayurveda is the one which can solve all this. So this is all, and central obesity, why it came? Because of the mind. Because of the mind, because of the craving of the food, craving of the desires. So that's why we have to understand Ayurveda in a very, very good way. Neilji, I still have 5 minutes or not?
Let's go to a discussion. We have a lot of people here.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, Neil Kumar, I have a question from Dr. Naveen. Dr.
Yes.
Naveen, before
Yes,
you
please.
wind up with this talk, can you tell our viewers 5 tips of Ayurveda for staying emotionally and mentally healthy?
Normally, this was my, this could have been my end of the topic. I was expecting that I will speak for half an hour. So this was last 5 minutes, but I will try to answer it now. Or if I would try to find out in my papers, then give me just
5 best tips.
yeah, I got it. I got you. You are asking 5 tips, and so I should not give you more than 5. So that's it.
okay, so while Dr. Naveen Gupta is looking for that 5 tips, which will come in just a moment, Professor Pardeep, keep your matters ready. The question I'm going to ask the panel is, yes, we should unite and make sure that Ayurveda is recognized in mainstream, and the work should start now. Professor Dr. Antonio, who is quite advanced in Italy for this because he has taken advantage of his allopathy knowledge and Ayurveda knowledge, will be useful. Rajil will give input on what's happened here. United Kingdom changed the government on Friday. Actually, Ayurveda was part of the all-party parliamentary talk for like yoga and meditation. Unfortunately, we have now got a new government. And remember, anything British Parliament passes, the world follows. So we don't know what will happen here. We will wait just about 90 days and see what it is. Let's go to Dr. Naveen Gupta, your quick 5 tips, and we move around to the panel. Over to you, Dr. Naveen Gupta.
So 5 tips which quickly comes in my mind, although I'm not very structured, but I will try to structure here about the 5 tips. That wake up early, and that should be in Brahma Muhurta. So Brahma Muhurta, to explain that, will take time. So few minutes before the sunrise, and that is the time. It's called Amrit Kal, means at that time the divine nectar is coming to the earth. And I can go on and on for this into the mystique way, and because I'm a mystique of Ayurveda, I call myself. I'm not the medium of Ayurveda, but mystique of Ayurveda. And this teaching of mysticism in Ayurveda, that's the best teaching which I do here in the West. And so wake up early in the morning. The first thing what you can do, either the glass of water in a copper glass, which will be your bedside, because water gets information about you, what you have, how your night was. So in the morning, if you drink that water from a copper vessel, and that water in the morning at the bed, and third thing will be to, when you are coming out of the bed, then you say a mantra, Karagre vaste Lakshmi, Kar madhe Saraswati, Kar mule tu Govinda, Prabhate kar darshanam. So this is about that you look at your own hands, and then you look at Lakshmi, Saraswati, Govinda, which is in your own palm. You look at them, and then you feel sorry to touch the earth. There is another mantra which I will not repeat now. People will not understand this very fast. This is the third one, and the fourth one is that then after going to toilet and relieving yourself, and then the fourth thing what you will do some gargles. But in Ayurveda, we have used this special word which is called mouth pulling or kavala dharana. When we take 1 teaspoon of, I take irimedadi tela, it's a classical oil. The name is Iri Medadi Tela. I will put it on chat box when this next speaker will come. And otherwise, you can call it, you can use some people are using sesame oil, or some people are using only ghee in the morning. So you can just take 1 teaspoon of a oil, which could be sesame oil according to season, which could be ghee. Otherwise, it should be Iri Medadi Tela, the name of the classical oil. You take that in your mouth and you roll it all over the mouth with your tongue, and then also outside also, and all over the mouth. And if you feel like, you can take inside. This was the 4th tip, which is for mental health and then emotional well-being. And the 5th tip will be walk in the morning and go to the sun and offer water. We call it aradhya to the sun. Offer water to the sun, because between the sun and the sky, if the water comes as a cultain, as a cultain, Curtain, I mean here, as a cultain, then if a phenomena will happen, which is called rainbow, and rainbow is just nothing. It brings the happiness in you in the morning. Rainbow is representing the happiness, because the akasha becomes happy, the sky becomes happy, sky disperses its colors, and that's rainbow. And that rainbow colors are the colors of our own chakras: violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. So these are the 7 colors, starting from the Sahasra chakra to Muladhara chakra. I repeat again: violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. These are 7 colors. So the 7 colors it's all brightness, and you start feeling happy from the day after offering the sun, to the sun, the water, and then salutations and the exercises and all the 12 mantras of the sun. If you do that, you will not have any mental disease. You don't need a psychiatrist in your life, because this is the whole psychiatry, which I explained in 6 or 7 terms. Thank you so much, Amrita ji and Neil ji, for taking me. And I was so fast. I'm sorry if I'm not being heard properly. I can write everything what I spoke on chat box sometime. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen Gupta. There will be plenty of time we will have when we do more Ayurveda sessions. What I'd like to bring now is Professor Ish Sharma is already involved bringing Mauritius into the forefront, which is Indian Ocean, or just on the tip of Africa. Pardeep has moved to Australia, has started the ball rolling in his own way. So we need to support him by creating any contacts there. Dr. Antonio is slightly more advanced in Italy, because he has done quite a bit of study, and shortly he will also be presenting a 10-minute chat. While we are at it, I want to ask this question, and I'll move first to Dr. Antonio. Like I said, for United Kingdom now, we'll have to wait 90 days. We were on a brink of trying to bring it into the mainstream. Last week, if you heard Bob Blackman, the MP who was on Healing Our Earth, and actually declared that he wants to, but he is now in the opposition party and not the ruling party in United Kingdom. However, Bob is part of our team, as is Lord Ranger, Lord Gardia. So we will pursue that forward. Naveen is already here in London. Maybe at the tail end, he can get the ball rolling with Ravi and them lot. So, Dr. Antonio, about a year back, you were here on Healing Our Earth on integrated platform, and we discussed further. What is the latest in the scene of Italy? Do you feel Ayurveda has advanced and people are talking? Have we moved on to the politicians as yet? Over to you for next 5 minutes, Dr. Antonio.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting chat. I would like to say one thing before. You say that Ayurveda is globalized. For me, it's not globalized at all, because Ayurveda is not globalized because we say that it's globalized. Ayurveda is globalized if people that do not know Ayurveda say that it is globalized. If we ask to the people that already know Ayurveda, what is Ayurveda, we don't get any kind of news. So we have to ask to the people that shouldn't know what is Ayurveda if they know Ayurveda. And there are very little people that know what Ayurveda is in the Western world. First. The second part is that most of the people that we say that we know that they know something about Ayurveda, they know something about the Ayurveda of spa. or they know something of Ayurveda because they have an Ayurvedic shampoo or an Ayurvedic toothpaste, but they don't even know what Ayurveda means. This is the big problem. I mean, we can say whatever we want, we can say whatever we like about Ayurveda. We can say whatever we would like, but it is not.
So Dr. Antonio, from what I gather, what you are saying, that we need to make more efforts to make Ayurveda globalized by consumer level, that they should know as well. And
yeah,
recently,
absolutely. But we have to diffuse a correct view of Ayurveda.
yes, so
Because I do not care. I do not care if the people know Ayurveda because there are Ayurvedic shampoo or because there are the spa.
Correct. They should not be talking that they know Ayurveda just because
the problem is an epistemological problem.
Yes. So what you are trying to
know that the Denmark banned ashwagandha in 2020. Now there is an issue. Fortunately, Bhushan Patwardhan Ji and published a paper on Journal of Ayurveda Integrative Medicine just now, in which he demonstrated that that report was a flaw, was completely false. But this is an evidence that Ayurveda is known only from a threat from a commercial point of view, not because it can be a resource for the humankind, for the mankind. This is because Ayurveda is not understood. You know, I am a medical doctor, I am a neurologist, and I am an Ayurveda expert. It's 40 years that I study and keep on studying, practice Ayurveda. I have my own school, and it is my life, Ayurveda. It's my life, actually. I have to say that my life is India, more than Ayurveda. Because in my previous life, I was in India. I do not know. Probably, yes. In the Jyotish people tell me this. I don't know. But the fact is that we have to explain Ayurveda in a way that the Western scientists and doctors understand what we are speaking about.
So the doctor, just pause here for a moment. What you are saying is very salient point. Rather than just few people know some of the consumables like a shampoo and a soap and a toothpaste, which is not Ayurveda, it's just a product that some companies manufacturing. We need to bring a deeper, easier knowledge to the Western community, media, and politicians. Is that what you're saying?
Which is Svastavritta. Period.
Absolutely. So pause here,
Svastavritta, Dinacharya, these are the tools. We have to diffuse the culture of Ayurveda. That means the culture of life. And we have to do this at the level of schools, of elementary schools, of primary schools. This is the diffusion that we have to do, because we have to work now for the future generation, not for our generation. I am old, we are old. I mean, except the lady there, she's beautiful and young, but we are old. So we don't work for us.
So doctor, work for me. Doctor, let's continue this further. Just pause there for a moment. And this is exactly what at Healing Our Earth, at 18 months back, we said, we need to go through the younger generation via education authority and bringing it in a simpler form where we can bring it into the mainstream. Let's just pause here for a moment. And Professor Ish Sharma actually is doing that in Mauritius, in his style, in his way. Slowly, he's bringing it into the mainstream, and he created a garden as well. Professor Ish Sharma, you agree with Dr. Antonio?
Yeah, cannot agree, cannot have better words to put it across. So very, very well said, Dr. Antonio. And that's what I tried to express during my openings, a conversation, that we have to be on the same page with the world. It cannot be a monologue. So what we did was, in Mauritius, being a smaller country, it was easier for me. Like doing it in England or Italy or India could not be that easy, I believe. So we did introduce, and what component of Ayurveda we could start from, that was a challenge. That's where I picked up food, because food relates to everyone. Ashwagandha might not relate to everyone. And the most formidable habit-forming years being the age 6 to 12, I targeted the primary school curricula. And the national cabinet was very kind that within 3 months of my first proposal, the national cabinet approved the idea. And now very basic Ayurveda dietetic steps have gone to the primary schooling grade 1 to grade 6. And the Honorable Vice Prime Minister come Education Minister of Mauritius, she is a university professor retired. She suggested me to keep 3 tips each grade, like grade 1, tip 1, 2, 3, grade 2, tip 1, 2, 3, as simple as you can be, because you're talking to a first grader, second grader. So I'll be very happy that if I could keep sharing at least this very basic information, all the approvals, all the content with every one of you, so that if we can start from there, uh, supported by one country following it, it could be easier. It could really be fast paced for other countries to follow.
Thank you, Professor. Professor, thank you. You are in agreement, and I think Dr. Antonio, being not just a doctor, he's a neurologist. He's a very, very senior and has been. He said 40 years is quite a lot. Being in Italy as well, he came to an exact salient point. He's very clear. Don't believe it's globalized. There's only few Indians who know world over. Just because our population is large, that we feel that everybody knows. But we need to penetrate the Western and the non-Indian community in a clear sample form that we can bring in. So it's not just a consumable which is known for Ayurveda. It knows the deeper knowledge way back several thousand years. And I agree with that. And I think at Healing Our Earth, we should either initiate a global online conference, or London, which is still the center of the world, maybe meeting people, because there are so many people in London who are very senior, who can actually bring influence. Like I said, in 90 days, we will know how the government will move over here. I'm sure it will be positive. I'm going to pause here. I'm going to ask Pradeep just for 1 minute and move to Rajiv. Pradeep, in Australia, do you find the indigenous Australians are warming up to Ayurveda? It's been there for 30 years, but do you feel that they are warming up to you?
Thanks for letting me speak again. As I told that we are getting some volunteer lectures, people are approaching us and they're very interested. They have started some sort of treatments also, as Dr. Antonio told, very well said, that only the shampoo or conditioner or soap, the herbalism, as Dr. Ish always tell, that we people have made the Ayurveda as herbalism of Ayurveda. Because most of that part, what I feel in my practice, practically, if we think so, that is commercially sold at most places on the name of globalized Ayurveda. As if we can't let our Indian community even, we can't convince them what Panchkarma is, what Tri Dosha is, what 5 elements are, what soul, where the emotional therapies count through Ayurveda, with our simple herbs. Of course, we are seeing what I am seeing in Australia by true of my heart, that Chinese herbs are there. We are seeing, of course, I'm talking directly without creating any controversy, that on chemist warehouses, I'm seeing that sleep pill, which is Tagra. I'm seeing ashwagandha. I'm seeing turmeric, curcumin. Everywhere these things are available. Of course, they are saying that that product should be manufactured and sown in this country only, because of the what I said on the name of globalized of Ayurveda, that why one person is happy in one country and why not at the other place? Of course, there is some priksha of desh call, all the things. We all people know that theoretically, but people will be coming to us, as Dr. Ish playing a very great role for mainstreaming of the Ayurveda, starting from the school level, from the childhood level, that they should be interested and they should actually know what is Dinacharya, Ratricharya, what are the three dosha, or whatever the basics we can put inside.
Okay, thank you. Professor Pradeep, we'll come back to you. So you started penetrating some indigenous people, which is very important. We'll come back to you. Dr. Antonio has got a comment, but just before that, Rajiv, over the next 1 minute, your school of thought with Ayurveda, how you see is moving. And exact point with Dr. Antonio said, forget the consumables. Let's bring the core knowledge to the Western community. And then they will realize the Chinese have made a very good move. Let us actually, we are not competing with people. Let's bring in some move. Let's give you a comment for a minute or two, and then we'll move to Dr. Antonio.
So I think I will probably build on what Antonio said earlier. And again, I brought Antonio to Healing Our Earth for the first time, I think a year and a half ago. And we had that discussion, particularly on the integration and breaking back, which exactly says, if you ask an Ayurveda person, he will say it is all globalized. Even some people were saying it is in NHS. They don't work in NHS and they say in NHS. I have not found a single person. And I'm telling the fact because we have done a survey through Birmingham University official research, even the awareness of Ayurveda, and the results show that there is less than 1/3 people within by the doctors, nurses, therapists know about Ayurveda. So the awareness of Ayurveda is still very poor in the Joe Block general population. You ask in UK, what is Ayurveda? They'll say, what? I'm not sure. 1/3 of people know, and that's good. And we need to move to next step now. So how we increase the awareness? And that is what we are planning to do, a sort of educational module where people who are working within the system, i.e. NHS or any other health system that is approved by the government, to extend their knowledge and then learn what it is and then see where we can fit, where we can use. The best places where there is hole in the modern medicine. So Ayurveda will be best for chronic diseases. And we ask about particularly hypertension, obesity. That's where it is, osteoarthritis, because we are using the modern medicine here. The plug-in and the use of the medications go down, say Madhunashni or something, whatever, Trifla. If they use that and the need for the diabetes medicine go down, it will then come as a part. And we are creating now a template for use of the Ayurveda practitioners so that we can have some standardization and hopefully at some stage some regulation, which then will be recognized. I was in an international conference of Ayurveda yesterday, and some people asked that, oh no, there were some people from NHS who came as well to attend the conference. And the question was that everything is it in NICE guideline? If it's in NICE guideline, it will be used. No objection, no problems. But to get to that stage, and I have been a part of the NICE guidelines for different part for weight management because of obesity. I was the NICE guideline panel member. It is a very hard evidence. They need proper research. They need proper argument about its validity, and then they accept or reject. So to get to that stage, we need to start doing something. So first we collect the observation, people's view. If 2,000 people, 10,000 people say it has been useful, that's very good. The next level.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. So you are in agreement that we need to bring more education to the Western society and the institution and NHS. Stay down. We'll come back to you. Dr. Antonio, just before I come to you, Dr. Naveen Gupta, because he has made a good headway to the local communities. Dr. Naveen Gupta, over the one couple of minutes, how do you think Ayurveda is viewed into the Western society in Switzerland, Belgium, and Netherlands, to your knowledge?
Thank you so much, Neil, again. So with respect to Dr. Antonio, I've not met him personally, but I've seen him and I know him for a long time, long time. My first experience with Italian Ayurveda was in 1986 in Banaras Hindu University, when all the Italian people came on the invitation of one of my professor, Dr. S.N. Tripathi, 1986. At that time I'm talking. So I know many people from Italy came at that time. And then this is why my first journey started. Then I delivered a big lecture with Shri Ravi Shankar in Florence, teaching 40-50 doctors from Italy at that time, way back 12 years ago, I think. And then I respect your statement, sir, but I want to emphasize on what I said in a different way now. Ayurveda is globalized. That means I was talking about that Ayurveda is present everywhere. But that does not mean that we have achieved what we want to achieve. We will achieve it more, sir. Ish is already working on that. And but at the same time, I wanted to just be optimistic, just to spread, because 47 years ago, when I entered into Ayurveda in 1977, in July 1977 at Delhi University in Tibia College, the same type of news what I'm hearing all the time from all over the international property, we have to do that, we should do that. It's a political language we are talking about. We should do that, we will do that, we do that. And if we talked about 47 years ago same, and today also we are talking about it, that makes me a little bit disappointed. So I wanted to come out of my disappointment to say that Ayurveda is globalized, present, but like Ish is doing, we need to spread it through the education. And I also agree with you, Doctor, clearly. And also 40 years ago, there was my lecture at Parliament House in Delhi. That I delivered a lecture 40 years ago. And I was talking the same what you talk, that Ayurveda is not Dabar Chyawanprash. It is not Amla, Dabar Amla oil. I was talking about it's not Dabar Chyawanprash, it is not Amla oil. I was talking the same language as you are talking about shampoo today. But at the same time, we all must agree with one voice that any single movement, anybody from all over the world, the Western people in Switzerland, UK, Germany, where I have my practices. So if they hear about Ayurveda, at least that's a start for them. At least that is start for them. So I'm not very negative about the Ayurvedic shampoo or Ayurvedic Chyawanprash, whatever they are selling as herbalism or commercial. But at the same time, like I'm talking, so basically that was not the idea to talk about, but only to be optimistic about Ayurveda. Now we have to really work very hard. We are already working very hard. I run 4 schools in the world today. So I run a school in Germany. I run a school in Switzerland. I run a school in Belgium. I'm going to run a school in UK soon. So, and I know what kind of interest is there. And when I'm in aeroplane sometime, the nursing, yes,
Dr. Naveen,
I'm stopping now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naveen.
Thank you.
So look, Dr. Naveen also agrees, he partly agrees that yes, we need to bring some more sort of a system and bring it more into the Western world. So I think we are all unanimously agreed that we need to do much more. And I think it will be a very good idea because we at Healing Our Earth, including individual, I mean, Ish is part of Healing Our Earth as a production team, as is Rajiv, as is Pardeep, who is senior panelist, Vaidya Rajan Patankar, Amrita, who is there, who actually collates everybody. Maybe we organize a real conference that can be presented in a form of politics and media, and we bring that in a uniform method. So I think it will be a very good idea. Let's do it because we are actually connected to several countries, and we have actually got a special Ayurveda Mela that has been planned from next year. Maybe we can bring in education. Dr. Antonio, let's move on to you over for next 3 minutes. Then we got a lot of other guests who wants to speak over here, who are down here. Professor Ish Sharma will introduce them shortly. For over 1 or 2 minutes, Dr. Antonio, if you can wind this subject up, please.
Yeah. Yes, I think that what is important is that it's not only important to, yes, it is important to be present. I am optimistic. I'm not pessimistic. I'm optimistic. But the problem is the method. Because it is 40 years that I'm dealing with Ayurveda, and I come to Ayurveda with the mind of a scientist, because I come from neuroscience. And in this way, for example, you were saying why we do not organize something, some kind of conference. Yes, we organized in Italy 2 international congresses on Ayurveda and 1 in India. They were breakthrough. I mean, all the people from the first one in 2009, there were 400 people from all over the world coming at this congress. because I am used as a scientist to put together people in order that we can find a common place where to work. But for doing this, we have to find a common method. The problem is that when you speak about when you speak about Ayurveda to a Western scientist, Ayurveda is like a black box. There is an input, there is something that I do not know what is going on, and then there is an output. Even if the output is wonderful, is fantastic, if the Western scientist does not understand what there is in the black box, he will not accept it. He will not accept people that will resuscitate from death if they do not understand how. So the important thing, as I was telling, is an epistemological problem. As you know, Ayurveda is more inclusive than modern medicine. Ayurveda is based on physics. Modern medicine is based on chemistry. So physics can explain chemistry. Chemistry cannot explain physics. So Ayurveda can explain modern medicine. Modern medicine cannot explain Ayurveda. So we have to start from this point. We have to be very well aware to the fact that we cannot have one-to-one connection between modern medicine and Ayurveda. But it is Ayurveda that has to explain to modern medicine the mechanism of life, not the opposite. Ayurveda has not to be bended and to be explained with the terms of modern medicine, because this will be a big error. And it is the same error when we think that Ayurveda is just an herb or is just panchakarma. Ayurveda is an epistemology, is a thinking process, is a way of looking at reality. You know, Sanskrit language describe reality through processes, to properties and relationship. Italian, English, they are languages that describe reality through objects. You know very well that in Sanskrit, or in the Indian languages that are very connected much with Sanskrit, this object has different names according to the use. But this name in English is a pen, period. So how can you put the two thinking together? You have to find common place. For this reason, to organize the research process, we propose what we call collaborative medicine and science, which is a framework that is divided in three parts. One is the reformulation of the epistemology, the second is modeling, and the third one is the localization, not globalization, localization of Ayurveda. Because you cannot apply Ayurveda as it is wherever in the world. Because the genetic background, the cultural background, the food background, the climate background is different. So you have to have the principle of Ayurveda to find the local Ayurveda. And this has to be put in a frame exactly so that all of us go in the same direction, because the research in Ayurveda is completely scattered. You cannot speak about dosha without having the possibility for the modern scientist to understand what a dosha is, but it has to be explained. The work that I have done in the WHO group of terminology has been this. It has not been a translation of the terms, but an explanation of the concepts. So one important thing is to explain the concept. For example, just to give an example, I submitted, I'm waiting for the response paper now with my collaborators on how to prescribe, how to use modern drugs using Ayurveda. Looking at, how to read modern drugs from an Ayurvedic point of view. And this is very important for us, because sometimes we are in a hospital in Italy where we have, I have some doctors here that have an Ayurvedic background. They are very good in Ayurveda, but they do not have Ayurvedic drugs in the hospital, but they will still want to use the Ayurvedic logic, because Ayurvedic logic is much better than modern medicine. And so how to use a beta blocker according to Ayurveda? How to use a diuretic according to Ayurveda? How to have the possibility to make a therapy with a person that is already on a modern medicine prescription. So this is the important things. If we are able, this is the work that we are doing, because we have several projects now. We have, for example, we are redefining the Apgar score according to Ayurveda. We are redefining the concept of vulvodynia with Ayurveda. We are working on this concept of how to use modern drugs with Ayurveda. We are looking at several things in which we can explain to modern medicine how Ayurveda can explain modern medicine.
Dr. Antonio,
And this is the way that I tell you, because I am a Westerner, Westerner can understand this. Because if you tell them that, I think that, and then I stop.
Dr. Antonio,
Ayurveda, sorry, I think only this and then I stop. Yes. Ayurveda and the knowledge of Ayurveda and the ancient scripture of Ayurveda are the basics of everything, but they have to be contextualized. They are not to be bended, but they have to be contextualized. And to contextualize, you have to know both modern medicine and Ayurveda very well.
And Dr. Antonio, you mentioned to know both, and you are a better expert at both because you practice both of them. You are a Westerner, so the third tick. You are passionate, so the fourth tick. And you have a clear punch, so 5 ticks. So it's a 5-star advice from you. Stay around. We want to move to, because we've got so many other people we want to take for their opinion. We will take this further. Thank you very much, Dr. Antonio. Stay around over here. Pradeep, 1 minute, please, because we need to move to Ish and Amrita, because we've got Sonika waiting. Sonika, if you can make your video landscape, please. That's what we're asking you. Make your video landscape. So it's nice. Pradeep, over 1 minute, your conclusion on what Dr. Antonio said or whatever you wanted to say. Over to you, Pradeep.
Of course, very well said by Dr. Antonio, sir. As directly, that is the actual practical approach. As most of the times, what we are feeling, of course, in India also and here also, that people come with their modern reports. They're, as what we have seen in Australia, sitting here, I will directly come to the point that this is my skin allergy, this is my nut allergy, this is my grass allergy. That is not mentioned in my authentic text or whatever is, we have to just do like that. I am just giving one example. I tried to make some Shaddad grit at my home here in Australia without taking anything, any medicine or any herb from India or anywhere, doing the legalities under the TGA and AAA. And I started using that in even next level cases of skin here in children mostly, and they are getting very good results. I will not create any controversy to take any allopathic name of the ointment or whatever common people are using for their kids starting from 5, 6, 7, 8 months to whatever they are in 8, 10 years. But we are getting just very good results with that Shaddad grit, which was the 100 times washed grit at home only, sometimes with local rose water, sometimes with some local herbs, whatever was available. And we are getting very good results. That may be eczema, that may be rosacea, that may be psoriasis or whatever.
So Pradeep, you're doing a wonderful work there. You already made an inroad. We are proud of you. You're part of our team as well. We'll come back to you a bit later. We need to move on because we've got so many people. We've got Sonika, we've got Narendra, we've got Shri there, we've got Giant will be coming. Amrita and Ish, let us give them 5 minutes each and bring out the best from all these people. Ish and Amrita, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Ish sir, overhead. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Ish sir.
Okay. So I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Sonika Krishan to you.
we were classmates when we were doing our graduation studies, and Sonika is the only one like from all around my community. If I have a look, she is an established author. So it was was with us last year also for one talk, and because she's writing for common man and she's writing in a very simplistic language, maybe if Sonika can just like give us an overview about her books. What was the crux? What was the message? And what do you want to convey to the world, Sonika, to a layman? Over to you, please.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. First of all, good evening, all of you, all the doctors, Ayurveda doctors, all the Ayurveda enthusiasts over here, Dr. Neil, Dr. Ish, and Dr. Amrita. Thank you so much for inviting me out here. And again, I got a chance to speak on this lovely platform. I'll be sharing little about what Dr. Ish is asking about my books. I've been writing for many years, say around 30 years. Earlier, I have been writing, columns relating to Ayurveda only, Ayurvedic medicine or Ayurveda, the herbs, the home remedies, everything. I've written in Indian Express, regular columns. I was writing in Times of India, in Hindustan Times, and they all wanted me to write more and more. Every like even weekly, my columns used to come, or monthly. I've been writing in Hindi in Dainik Bhaskar. Then I've been writing in the Asian Age and Deccan Chronicle, many other publications, websites. And I have a team now. We have been writing for so many places. My books I will just share because I have my books here with me. This is the first book. I'm trying to show it over here. This is Herbal Healers. This came in the year 2005. This is the first book I wrote. A little I just read out so that you just have the idea that this has details about all the herbs. I try to make my writing so easy for the layman to understand and to accomplish the best out of it. So this is I have written that ailments can be cured as well as prevented without gulping down medicinal drugs. And not only this, you can strengthen your immune system, get rid of seasonal maladies, and also choose for yourself and for your family the required natural supplement. And you'll get all the details in the book. So around 50 ingredients are mentioned. This is Herbal Healers. This came in the year 2005. Second book I wrote, this is Home Remedies. Home Remedies to Prevent and Cure Common Ailments. This came in with Rupa Publications. It's a very esteemed publishers out here in India. And there are 100 ailments I have mentioned in this, all about, the ailments like the constipation. Then it contains the characteristic symptoms. It contains the Ayurvedic view that what would Ayurveda say about this. Then there is management with using herbs and home remedies, the natural cures. So this was the second book. This came in the year 2007. After this, I wrote Healing Through Ayurveda. This has gone very, very nice, worldwide. My global reviews have been wonderful with this book. This is Healing Through Ayurveda, Tips for Dosha Understanding and Self-Care. My books are normally, they're trying to tell you that how you can heal yourself and cure yourself. So this is about the personalities only, about the doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, all the three doshas. And then what kind of, this contains a questionnaire also. In the end, I have mentioned that you can, you yourself understand that what kind of personality you could be having. So I've named them as type V, type P, and type K personalities. And in the self-identification questionnaire in the end, you will come to know that which is the basic type that could be more dominant within you and what kind of diet and lifestyle would be suitable for you. I've mentioned the chart over here. Very nice. Ruzba Gurucha, he's a wonderful author, editor, and documentary filmmaker. He's written Literature Ayurveda is a perfect handbook to ascertain our strengths and limitations so that we augment our physical, mental, and spiritual growth by knowing what to bank on, what to change, and how to cope with the things that we cannot change. So I'm thankful for these kind of reviews that I've been getting. Then came Healing Through Ayurveda Herbs in Your Kitchen Garden. This is the sequel also with my first book, but then it contains around 50 herbs only that we use in the kitchen. Like there can be uh, rose, there can be saffron, basil, there is coconut, coriander, brahmi. So all these herbs, that is about this is containing all the details about like what are the uses, what is the natural, what is the natural benefits, the properties it would be having. The entire description is also about the dosha healing part. So this was my fourth book. After this, my fifth book, that is Healthy Living Through Dosha Healing Ayurveda. This is in the storytelling telling manner. I met a young girl in a party, and I just felt that the teenagers they should know more about Ayurveda. She got interest, and then I've tried to write this in a storytelling manner only. That how you can relate to yourself because there are three friends in this book. Then they're having a different constitutions altogether, and they have an Ayurveda person who is an art wizard, and he will explain to them what is their style of basically the diet and lifestyle that is going to suit them, and what kind of how they can identify themselves, how they can understand themselves, and how they can take care of themselves. So these are the all the five books that I have been writing. Another one is, of course, that is a different altogether, that is on poetry. That's a book in English. And my next book, that is the seventh book, I'm coming up very soon with that. That is on serious ailments. Some 12 ailments we have taken up, and the Ayurveda understanding, and what kind of remedies Ayurveda support for that kind of problems. That will be coming up very soon. So these are all the
Wow.
books that I have been writing.
Wonderful efforts, stripping down Ayurveda and putting it in the hands of people for better understanding. It's a really nice effort, Dr. Sonika. But lot more, I think, we has to be done. What our panelists have been discussing and the experts have been talking about. Thank you so much for your contribution. Please stay around. We'll be taking up your comments as well as your viewpoints on globalization and unification of Ayurveda. Let's move to Dr. Sridev
Thank you so much.
from
Bye.
India. Thank you. Dr. Sridev, you have been working in Ayurveda College and you are working as professor and head in the Department of Ayurvedic Surgery, which is Shalya Tantra. Your experience and understanding about Ayurveda, being an expert in Ayurveda, what kind of problems and what kind of things do you think as an expert you have faced? Apart from, because your talk is also on clinical training and ethics. So what have you to say about what has to be done on ethical way for globalization of Ayurveda? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita. I show my gratitude to Dr. E. Sharma sir for mentoring me and providing this opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
And I want to again say thanks to everyone for providing and again giving me an opportunity. See, as far as the topic is going on about the globalization, so I have certain things to tell here. What I feel about it. Ayurveda, and as Dr. Antonia sir, with due regard to you, you are very senior to me and very source of inspiration. I can learn a lot from you. But yet, I want to say that Ayurveda is not globalized because what is its present scenario? Ayurveda is globalized because its principles are in the interest of in the welfare of interest of mankind. And anything that is useful and that is time tested is globalized. That the whole universe is going through is working on certain principles. One among them is law of gravity. We have not created a law of gravity. Somebody has evaluated or explored it. But in terms of saying that we are making law of gravity globalized is saying something that we are making it, no, we are trying to understand so that the astronauts, the different scientists, the different physicists can work upon that. So Ayurveda is also time tested. The principles of Ayurveda are in accordance with nature. So understanding them, making them applicable and implementable is our responsibility. So Ayurveda is a globalized because it is a need of the hour for everybody in the world. So that is what I mean to say. Now, because my topic is about the clinical training and ethics. See, I won't take much of your time, but today, every professional field, including medicine, is suffering with the double speak. We are able to generate well-trained and skilled clinicians, but unfortunately, we are a big failure in producing educated clinicians. Education brings values and ethics. We very well know that we are having exceptional clinicians, but when they are working and the way they are working has a very less amount of ethics. Now, is there any lack in the study portion or syllabus portion? No. I went through Charak Samhita, I went through Sushruta Samhita, I went through Harrison's Book of Medicines, Bill and Love. All these books are having good number of pages defining about what should be the ethics. They are explaining about the clinical training also, but they are giving due significance, due importance to the ethic portion also. But are we practicing according to that? That is the biggest failure, and that is why the science is suffering that. The many people over here said that we are selling Chyawanprash, we are selling this and that, because somehow we are not focusing on those principles which are integral part of everybody's life. So as far as clinical training is concerned, Ayurveda or modern, it is important that we have to develop a critical thinking among the students or the clinicians. A clinician must have a clinical reasoning. He must be a very good listener. And whenever I'm taking the classes for my students, because my subject is surgery, Ayurveda as well as modern. So whenever I take class, my initial 10 classes are only focused on case taking, history taking. Because if you are not able to communicate with your patients properly, secondly, you must never be a biased. You please do not have a setup of mind that this is the problem with patient. Every new patient teaches us something else. So that is why I'm saying, because most of the time in seasonal, whenever there are seasonal diseases going on, most of the clinicians become biased, and therefore they skip this basic practices. So I often tell this to my students that you have to have that sense of communication skill. You have to talk to your patients. You have to remain a good learner. Your listening should be very good. Patient should be able to have this sense of satisfaction. Yes, I am able to tell each and everything to the doctor. Now, because if patient is not having that sense of satisfaction that I am able to tell everything to the doctor, he or she will never be having a faith in your treatment. So as a student of the clinical practice, as a student of science, be Ayurveda or modern, we must be a very good listener. We should have a very good communication skill with the patients. We should always take responsibility. We should always show professionalism. As a clinician, we should develop the examination skills. So if my take in 3 lines to a student for learning skills, clinical skill, one, your communication skills should be very good. Second, you should never be in a hurry to diagnose the patient. You should always follow the basics. And third, you should always have faith of the patient in you. If these 3 things you are able to manage at the times, definitely you may be a very good clinician. Now, again, I will conclude the clinical training part by saying that keep the basics intact. My Guruji, Dr. Muralidhar Sharma, he often used to tell us whenever we used to go to him and with certain big complicated problems, sir, ye kaise hota, how this happened, what is the treatment for this? He often used to say that you read, you can't read MRI or CT scan is a big, not a big thing. If you can't read X-ray is a big thing for me. Means he was always saying that always stick to the basics. You should know how to take a history, how to take a case, how to lead, how to take the history of present illness, that history of the past illness, then how to communicate with your patient, then how to do the provisional diagnosis, then how to do differential diagnosis, then how to exclude one by one them, then how to go for an investigation for confirmation of your diagnosis. Your investigation should not be a list of investigations which are prescribed by some laboratory technician to you for the sake of some amount of concession. So that should not be our approach. After putting proper investigations only, you should be able to diagnose. So do not go in a hurry. This basic practice may save you from many awkward moments. See, out of 10 patients, say 8 out of 10 patients may be treated with your routine approach, but 2 patients will be always there to teach you something new. So if we follow this particular basic training, basic method of examining a patient, diagnosing a patient, and then treating a patient, we may not be a failure clinically as far as I understand. Now, the next part is ethics. See, ethics is a very important part, which I often see is missing absolutely in our clinical practice. Be a modern practitioner or be an Ayurvedic practitioner, our focus is absolutely on commercial success, and therefore that ethic portion is absolutely missing. My take is a successful clinician is one who understands the significance of ethics and therefore practice ethics religiously. In Ayurveda also, there are multiple things which Acharya Sushruta, Acharya Charak and Acharya Bhagavad has mentioned ethically, that how a clinician should practice in his clinical practice. He's saying a wise physician should always examine the distinctive features of the disease beforehand and then he should start his treatment. Means his examination should be complete. Then only he should start his treatment. If he is not sure about his examination and his diagnosis, he must not start his treatment. This is what Acharya Sushruta is saying. Then Acharya Sushruta, because Acharya Sushruta is having a surgical approach, is considered as the father of surgery. So therefore, he is very blunt also. He is very blunt also on many of the instances, and therefore he is not ready to tolerate any kind of unprofessionalism from any of the clinicians. So that is why in the Sutra Sthan, he is saying, Yatha Kharash Chandana Bharavahi Bharasya Vitanatu Chandanasya. He is clearly saying, see, he is not hesitating by using the harsh words. He is saying that if you are having good knowledge, theoretical, but you are not having a good clinical knowledge, then you are like an animal who is simply carrying the weight, but is not knowing the value of that, what he's carrying. So one should be very well practiced theoretically as well as clinically. And this is what he's saying, how one should practice and how one should achieve knowledge. He's
Dr.
saying,
Sridhar, I
Shastra
want to.
Yes.
Yes. You have been talking the best part of what our Vedic scholars have told. Uh, just from your point of view, when we talk about that, Charaka has said this thing, Sushruta has said this thing, or Vagbhata has been saying this thing. What do you think should be the next step in today's time? And how can we put these sayings into practical stuff for the people to understand and make it more standardized according to you?
Yes, ma'am. I will conclude by referring this one particular
Yes.
reference. This is one of my favorite also. And I often quote this to my students also because they are having multiple reservations about this reference. They are having their own opinion. Ekam shastram adhyano na vidyata shastra vinishayam tasmat bahusrutam shastram vijaniya chikitsa. Acharya Sushruta is clearly saying there should not be any fight between modern, Ayurveda, Unani, Chinese. We all are having the same purpose. We want to treat patients, we want to treat humans, and we want to serve mankind. And Ayurveda is a time-tested science. All the principles of the Ayurveda, they are time-tested and they have been developed, explored, evaluated, and understood when there were no commercial practices, there was no bias. Our acharyas have put all the principles and they have compiled it thoroughly and after an unbiased study. So here he is saying Ekam Shastram Adhyanam means those who are the students of science, Ayurveda or modern, they must not stick to a particular science. If it is an Ayurvedic student, as I am a surgeon, so I am teaching to my students about Ayurvedic as well as modern portion. So I tell them that you should have a good knowledge of your own pathy because it will certainly help you to give you bread and butter also. It will certainly give you a comfort, legal also. But at the same time, you should have a good knowledge about the modern also because there are patients who will be having modern prescriptions. With modern prescription, they will come to you. In the older days, the Vaidyas used to practice Tantra Chikitsa, Mantra Chikitsa, Jyotish, all these things were also. And that is why they were also having knowledge of these aspects too because patients were coming to you by after taking Tantra Chikitsa, Mantra Chikitsa, or after referring some Jyotishi. So a Vaidya was having an idea that whom he is treating. It is not only body which we are treating, we are also treating the mindset of that particular patient. So now we are getting maximum patients with modern prescriptions. So therefore, it is essential for us to understand what they are saying and then what to start, what to stop. So I just want to say that Ayurveda is globalized because the principles of Ayurveda are time tested and because Ayurveda is needed for the humankind. Ayurveda is not globalized because it is not well understood by we people. It is not well practiced by we people. It is already a globalized science. It is a universal science. It is the time tested science. It's upon us to understand it properly and utilize it for the purpose of welfare of mankind. With this, I will conclude. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. Isha, before we move further, I think Dr. Antonio has something to comment on. We take the comment and then we move over to Dr. Narendra. Over to you, Dr. Antonio.
Yes.
Over the
Two
yes,
things.
please.
The first thing is that after this, I have really to leave because I am in a seminar actually, and I took this time to participate at the Congress, but I have to go back to the students. No, the only thing that I want to say is this. I absolutely agree. I mean, Ayurveda is time tested. If it was only for me and for Ayurveda people and for the people that understand deeply Ayurveda, I agree absolutely. But the problem is that if we want really to diffuse Ayurveda and to have a dialogue with modern science and medicine in order to get a higher paradigm, we have to go beyond this. Even if for us is okay, is enough. For me, it's enough that Ayurveda is time tested. But if I want to have something more for the future generation, which is the Ayurvedic logic, the Vedic logic, which is diffused everywhere in the world, that become part of the society everywhere, we have to go beyond this because for now, in this moment, is not enough to have a dialogue with modern science, and then we have to find a way to get a kind of dictionary by which we can have a dialogue. Otherwise, we will not get the diffusion of Ayurveda that we would like. This is the only thing that I would like, that I want to say. And with this, I want to thank you, all of you. I apologize, but really I have to go. There was already my secretary that was coming here telling that I should come because they're asking for me, my students. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
wishes
so
to all of you.
much. Thank you so much for your blessings as well as your expert opinions. We would definitely like to have this diffusion and a dictionary that will say just one thing from the mouth of people globally. Global Namaste.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Professor E. Sharma, it's time to welcome Dr. Narendra Kumar Garg. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Narendra, for joining us. Professor Narendra is Professor Kaya Chikitsa, that is Professor Internal Medicine at Shri Bhawarlal Dugar Ayurveda College, Sardar Sheher. And he has been very kind to be with us for the second time. And we expect to listen from him. What is the structure of Ayurveda education from your lengthy career? What did you experience? Where can we improve? At least what can we recommend? Surely we might not do a lot with the government structure, but what are like your takes? आप क्या समझते हैं कि एजुकेशन सिस्टम कैसा है और उसको कैसे, उसमें क्या कमियां हैं, क्या अच्छाइयां हैं, डॉक्टर नरेंद्र?
नमस्ते ऑल ऑफ यू। डॉक्टर ईस आपने जो टॉपिक दिया मुझे, मैं हिंदी में ही बात करना पसंद करूंगा सर।
जी, you can speak in Hindi and I'll try to translate. We'll have a dialogue and I'll keep translating whatever is important.
माय टॉपिक इज आयुर्वेदिक एजुकेशन सिस्टम इन प्रेजेंट एरा। तो जैसा कि अभी सब लोग ये चर्चा कर रहे थे कि आयुर्वेद के ग्लोबलाइजेशन के लिए, तो मैं कुछ रेफरेंसेस हिस्ट्री से ऐसे देना चाहूंगा जिसमें आयुर्वेद का ग्लोबलाइजेशन ही नहीं, इंटर ग्लोबलाइजेशन भी आयुर्वेद का आपको देखने को मिलेगा। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आचार्य चरक मेंशन्ड महर्षि च्यवन सफरिंग फ्रॉम ओल्ड एज डिसऑर्डर्स। तो उनके जो फादर इन लॉ थे महर्षि च्यवन के, उन्होंने अश्विनी कुमारों को कॉल करके उनकी चिकित्सा के लिए पृथ्वी पर बुलाया। तो ये फर्स्ट इंटर ग्लोब आयुर्वेदिक ट्रीटमेंट और एजुकेशन का एक शुरुआत थी। फिर उसके बाद भारत में, सॉरी, धरती पर जब रोगों का आगमन बहुत तेजी से बढ़ने लगा, तो सभी देशों के, पूरे ग्लोब के जितने भी महर्षि थे, जो शुभचिंतक थे समाज के, महर्षि साइंटिस्ट लोग थे, उन्होंने एक हिमालय की कंदरा में एक फर्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया। और उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में लगभग 50-60 देशों के प्रतिनिधि एकत्रित हुए और उन्होंने एक मत से एक महर्षि भरद्वाज को और इंद्र के पास आयुर्वेद की एजुकेशन लेने के लिए, वहां जाने के लिए नियुक्त किया। तो ये फर्स्ट इंटर ग्लोबलाइजेशन आयुर्वेद का वहां से स्टार्ट हुआ। उससे उससे पहले प्रथम जो गुरु हैं आयुर्वेद के, वो हैं ब्रह्मा जी ब्रह्मलोक में आयुर्वेद का ज्ञान था, वहां से उन्होंने इस ज्ञान को दक्ष प्रजापति को दिया। दक्ष प्रजापति ने अश्विनी कुमारों को, अश्विनी कुमारों से इंद्र को, और इंद्र ने जब धरती से महर्षि भरद्वाज गए तो उनको त्रिसूत्र आयुर्वेद का ज्ञान देकर पृथ्वी पर भेजा, और तब से जाके पृथ्वी पर इस आयुर्वेदिक एजुकेशन सिस्टम की शुरुआत हुई। डॉक्टर ईस।
Yes, please. So, Dr. Narendra gives us a mythological context about the origin of Ayurveda, which was in the heavens, which was not on this planet Earth, and how did it travel from various deities, and eventually, when the mankind on this planet Earth started suffering from diseases by two negative virtues, one is adharma and the second is parigraha. These two mental mindsets, that is deviation from one's duties and holding, excessive possessiveness, accumulation, parigraha, when these things led to diseases, then the god sitting over there in the heavens had to impart this knowledge of Ayurveda for the welfare of the mankind on this planet Earth. And that is how we started having Ayurveda on this planet Earth. डॉक्टर नरेंद्र
जी, महर्षि भारद्वाज वो बेसिकली एरोनॉटिकल साइंटिस्ट थे, जो उनके पास एक ऐसी शक्तियां थी जिनके थ्रू वो स्वर्ग की ओर प्रस्थान कर सकते थे। बाकी और महर्षियों में ये क्षमताएं नहीं थी। तो उन्होंने उस ज्ञान को एकत्रित करके, ग्रहण करके महर्षि पुनर्वसु आत्रेय को सौंप दिया। पुनर्वसु आत्रेय ने इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम को आगे अपने शिष्यों में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया, और उसी गुरु परंपरा के साथ भारत की धरती पर और विश्व में इस गुरु परंपरा के साथ आयुर्वेदिक जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है वो फलता फूलता गया और काफी अच्छी तरह से अपना प्रसार किया है। Dr. Is.
Yes, so this is how the education system started spreading. It was a verbal dialogue kind of communication earlier because there were no pen and paper. So this is how in a verbal discourse, the student was supposed to go to the guru by the age like around 10 to 12, and then would be staying with the guru for like maybe 10 to 15 years, and every day undertaking the discourse sessions, and the knowledge was transferred word by word to the disciple, who would at the age 25 would go back to one's home and start a livelihood. Dr. Narendra.
जी, प्रेजेंटली जब भारत में कुछ ऐसे डिग्री डिप्लोमा कोर्सेज हैं जिनको भारत सरकार और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा रिकॉग्नाइज और संचालित किया जाता है। प्रैक्टिस के लिए डिग्री कोर्सेज हैं जिसको BAMS की डिग्री के नाम से जाना जाता है। 5.5 ईयर का कोर्स है। और कुछ नर्सिंग के लिए कोर्सेज हैं, MD MS और MSc के लिए कोर्स है, स्पेशलाइजेशन के कोर्सेज हैं, PhD के लिए सुपर स्पेशलाइजेशन कोर्स है। इन सब कोर्सेज में एडमिशन के लिए स्पेशली जो प्रैक्टिस के लिए 5.5 ईयर डिग्री कोर्सेज है BMS, उसके लिए 12th में फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री बायोलॉजी के साथ पास किया हुआ कैंडिडेट और जो नीट एग्जाम को क्लियर करके क्वालिफाइड करके इसमें एडमिशन ले सकता है। और उसको NRIs और रेजिडेंट इंडियंस दोनों इसको क्लियर करके और इस कोर्सेज में प्रवेश ले सकते हैं। डॉक्टर
Okay. So he is telling that various like study levels existing in India are, it could be like diplomas, graduation, what we call BAMS, bachelors in Ayurveda medicine and surgery. There could be post graduations which we are offering in like around 25 subjects. Then we have PhD Ayurveda, and for the basic like entry into a graduation level, you have to have cleared your high school, what we call 10+2 or 12th standard with physics, chemistry, biology, and you have to appear one national level in test, what we call NEET, and that's where you can you'll be eligible to take admission in any medical field. It could be modern medicine, pharmacy, nursing, veterinary, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Unani, whatever. You have to clear this particular exam. Yes, Dr. Narendra.
Other than NRIs and RIs, resident Indians, any foreign country students can also take admission in this course. भारत सरकार और ICCR, इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर कल्चरल रिलेशनशिप अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फॉरेन अफेयर्स, इनके बीच जो MOU हैं उनके तहत 104 सीट्स भारत में ऐसे कॉलेजों में रिजर्व हैं जो बाहर के कंट्रीज के स्टूडेंट्स उसमें एडमिशन ले सकते हैं और विदाउट नीड वो इसमें एडमिशन ले सकते हैं। और NIA, जामनगर इत्यादि ऐसे कुछ नेशनल इंपोर्टेंस के इंस्टीट्यूट हैं जिनमें ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स हिस्सा ले सकते हैं, एडमिशन ले सकते हैं।
Yes, so for the global audience, the international students can also take admission in Ayurveda and other Ayush graduations, where like 60% seats are offered by the Ministry of External Affairs by a division called ICCR, Indian Center for Cultural Relations, and 40% seats are offered by the Ministry of Ayush. And these courses are totally free. The government of India will be bearing all the expenses, including your accommodation, and your even a scholarship stipend will be given to you. That's how we are promoting more and more international students to take up these courses and study Ayurveda and go back to their parent country and practice Ayurveda in their own places. Dr. Narendra.
The graduate and postgraduate courses are regulated by National Council of Indian System of Medicine, जो भारत सरकार का एक ऑटोनोमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो समय समय पर इन डिग्रीज को देने वाले इंस्टीट्यूट्स को मान्यता देता है, उनको उनके एजुकेशन सिस्टम को रेगुलराइज करता है। उसकी मान्यता के साथ ही ये कोर्स स्टार्ट किए जा सकते हैं। इसके साथ साथ जब कोई स्टूडेंट BMS की डिग्री लेने के बाद बाहर आएगा तो सन 2024 से यानी प्रेजेंट ईयर से उनको एक नेशनल एंट्रेंस एग्जिट एग्जामिनेशन भी क्लियर करना होगा। उसके बाद ही वो किसी भी स्टेट के मेडिसिन बोर्ड में अपने आप को प्रैक्टिस के लिए रजिस्टर कर पाए।
Okay, so there has been a council called the Central Council of Indian Medicine, which was renamed as the National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, which regulates all the curriculum development and the quality standards at various Ayush colleges. If you clear this Ayurveda graduation or Ayush graduation, you have to undertake one national eligibility exit exam, where you have to attain at least 50% marks. So then only you can be registered to practice. Yeah, Dr. Narendra.
जी, Dr. For the post graduation courses, you have to clear the All India pre-PG Ayush test also.
Yes.
And
So there is one
and
like
for PhD,
All India Ayush PG entrance test, which you have to clear if you're an Ayush graduate, you have to clear this PG entrance test to get admission into Ayush post graduations, which is a 3-year study. Dr. Narendra.
for the PhD program regulated by University Grant Commission, you have to clear pre-PhD entrance exam, and after this, you if you want to become a teacher, you have to clear national eligibility teacher test also.
Yes, that's clear. Yes.
So, Professor Sharma, this is very useful. So, what we should do, we should create a flyer for this and spread it amongst the Ayurveda fraternity world over, which will be much better. So, if you can organize with Dr. Narendra a flyer with this information, it will be better. Then we can actually viral in some of the appropriate groups, which will be very useful. We've got about 5 to 7 minutes left. Shall we visit Giant Cooler here, Professor Sharma?
Yes, yes, maybe if thank you, Dr. Narendra. If you have got something to convey, then we go ahead with you. Otherwise, we move on to Jayant.
Okay. I have completed my discussion.
Great, thank you very much. So, Mr. Neil conveys that we will be preparing a flyer upon the inputs you have given. We will circulate it to many countries, and maybe because it's a free study, along with the stipend paid on monthly basis. So maybe we can have more students coming to ICCR and Ayush scholarships. Thank you very much. Welcome, Jayan.
Thank you, Dr. H. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So maybe Jayant, if you can start with a very brief introduction of yours, because you are joining us after 1 year, and then we go through your content.
Sure. So good evening, everyone. Very happy to be back and share whatever I've been learning till now, and the journey is ongoing. So my name is Jayant. I'm from Bangalore, and I serve as a strength and conditioning coach. I am a registered craniosacral therapist. I teach yoga and meditation to people, and this is all about like the holistic practices I've been following and I'm sharing with people. So today my topic is also about the holistic health. What are the approaches we can follow? And I and Dr. Ish planned that we'll draw what are the parallels between what is going on in the modern science about holistic health and how Ayurveda has its opinion on it. So Dr. Ish, shall we start?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. So I'll quickly share you my screen. Please confirm me if it is visible.
Yes, this is visible.
Yeah. So from my experience of dealing with my clients, I have found that there are 5 major parameters which defines one health. And the issues which the modern issues, I have seen that the issues come from either of these or one or maybe 2 or maybe all 5 issues. First is movement. A recent study happened in India by Lancet, and it was very shocking to hear that they have stated that if whatever is continuing right now, if this continues and people are not moving, not exercising by 2030, we will have around 60% of the population of the country which will be declared as unfit. In 2022 also, it was somewhere around 50%. So movement has become such a big thing, especially after like 2005, 2007, when all this social media and mobile phones came, the movement has reduced. So movement is one very important thing which leads to many issues. Second, a lot of cases of depression, anxiety is related to the mind. So this is one. Then third is sleep. People have not slept so less in all the last few decades. So this needs attention. Then nutrition, we all know, which is very important. And one very important factor, which is very intangible, but it is the social health. So I'll just broadly talk about everything, and we'll see from Dr. Ish how Ayurveda has to say about these things. So let's start with the movement. It is said that movement is life. 150 to 300 minutes of aerobic exercise, we should do it. Moderate aerobic or maybe vigorous aerobic, depending on the fitness of the person, per week 2 to 3 days of strength training per week, and we should really focus on our mobility for our joints and also recovery and rest. So, Dr. Ish, if we take conclusions or draw parallel with Ayurveda, what is your take on this?
Yes, Jayant, I recall last year when you were speaking, then you gave us a very important formula that sitting is the next smoking. So
Yes.
if you are your chair can be more addictive than your cigarette or your alcohol, and you are bound to get more more detrimental effects, maybe than like smoking or drinking. If you are always sitting, as Sushruta has very clearly told, that you are destined to be a diabetic if you prefer to uh, stand than walking, if you prefer to sit down than standing, if you prefer to lie down than sitting, and if you prefer to sleep than lying down, that is, you are going like further away from physical activity, then you are a destined, proven future diabetic. We are losing 1% bone every week if we don't exercise. 1%. And the extinction of species has shown all the species got extinct only when they reduced using their legs. So pumping iron, building your biceps or chest, etc., will not be helping. Like dynamic exercises are the only way out, not the static ones. If your legs are moving, you are healthier. 50% of blood, 50% of muscle stays in your legs. So keep walking and be very regular with exercise. And the principle is very simple, as Jayant you told. Just like 150 to 300 minutes per week, and we normally go by like 20 minutes per day, is the WHO recommendation. Now, if you are very energetic, you are 20 years old, then your 20 minutes exercise can be very rigorous. If you're 80 years old, then your 20 minutes could be like standing only. If you are just standing, it's an exercise for you. Or you are walking very slowly, whatever is your capacity. So surely we have to start from somewhere, and that is where most of us fail, that we keep on like postponing and procrastination and not able to take off. So that is where your active hand holding will be required, Jen.
Yes, Dr. Ish. So I'll move on to so Dr. Ish, what I'll do is I'll finish all five and then you can add on so that it'll be a little more quicker.
Yeah.
So next is we have a lot of issues related to the mind, and yoga and meditation is proven for every human being to have a balanced approach, have a activate the more of the parasympathetic nervous system. Doing yoga asanas really helps in good mobility, joint mobility, really helps, especially when we age. Doing pranayamas and meditation has proven to have holistic health. Then good night's sleep is very important. We have seen that people are not sleeping. A lot of my clients I see are sleeping for 4 hours, 5 hours because of the hectic lifestyle, because of the change in their work schedule. So 8 hours per night of sleep, I have seen that it really works wonders for people if they start sleeping on time. Next is about nutrition. A lot of people have been having carb-rich diet, which has been one of the prime reason for having metabolic syndrome diseases, diabetes, obesity. So adequate macros are important. Having a balanced diet is important, and hydration, again, very important thing. Many people are not well hydrated, which results in many issues, right from joint issues, back pain, neck pain, having skin issues. So 3 to 4 liters of water has proven. Although all these we focus on customization, not everything is like, it's not one person which fits all, but on an average, this what we have seen. Then very important thing is the social health, relationship, spending time with the family. Are you interested in some social service? Are you working towards a purpose? A relationship with the self, what makes you truly happy? What all hobbies you are spending time on? Are you doing those things which you used to do when you were 20, 25 years of age or not? Are you learning new things which really helps in your motor abilities? So all these things I've seen, if we broadly categorize them, if we work on this all, we'll have a very holistic approach. So Dr. Ish, if you can share your views, I have seen a lot of parallel can be drawn from Ayurveda also.
Surely, this is a very comprehensive plan which takes care of your mind, your diet, your social health, and your sleep. Every aspect has been covered. So I'm looking forward to you, Jayant, because you are going to develop a very unique model with the craniosacral therapy plus Ayurveda plus yoga plus exercise plus meditation. And that will be something very unique, which I did not hear many doing. Most of us are not familiar with the craniosacral therapy. So all the best to you, and this was very helpful, and we'll be in touch, and we will love to listen from you upon individual components, these five components, like maybe movement one day, then mind, sleep, nutrition, social health. So maybe if we have got some questions or inputs from Dr. Patankar, Dr. Pradeep, Dr. Shridev, Miss Meeta.
So, yes, Professor Ish, this was very good, Chant. If you can share this flyer, which is very useful in a simple format, let's put it up in social media. Time is running out, Professor Ish Sharma. Jayant, very well done. Lovely to see you back again. You are always trend setting. We love your inputs. Let's share your PowerPoint. Let's share it to the people. So it'll be very useful. Jayant, we say goodbye to you just temporarily. Let's go to Dr. Bhairav here, who is our next nominated guest with Professor Rajan Rajan Patankar. Rajan Patankar ji, can you introduce our Dr. Bhairav, and you two are chit-chatting together. So over to you for next 25 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi. Welcome, Dr. Bhairav, on this platform. I think so. You are here for the first time. So
he has been here before.
Okay.
Second time, yeah.
But still
Second
welcome.
time.
But yes, okay. Still welcome him. He is a very knowledgeable person, not only travel in India, but across the world also, doing great job for Ayurveda and to promote authentic and documented Ayurveda throughout the world. He was a, I think so, principal in one of the college in Ahmednagar, and he was still professor in one of the college of, I think so, Kaya Chikitsa, and very knowledgeable person. So let's start your presentation with the Bhairav.
First of all, thank you, respected Vaidya Rajan Patankar sir and team Healing Earth, Professor E. Sharma, Ms. Amruta. Thank you to giving me such a wonderful platform. Also, I thankful Mr. respected Neil Kumar sir. Today, I hear from I'm from Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Maharashtra. I'm working as a professor in a Ayurveda Medical College. So today I heard regarding some words, good words from Mr. Antino Morandi. He is one of the legend in the field of Ayurveda. He is from Italy. I was met him, and we are guest speaker in last year at Portugal also. So he talked about how to promote Ayurveda in worldwide, and many people answered. So my only words regarding this, because we appreciate the of science. So only the words I just quoted over here, because it's a great platform and lots of eminence are in this platform. So Ayurveda is not a marketing science. Ayurveda is a science of life. So it is when it is used, then people needs. And I visited more than 16 countries outside India. People eager to know knowledge about Ayurveda. People knows about what is Ayurveda, and they want some traditional treatment other than allopathy. So this is Ayurveda.
So some people marketing like a toothpaste, shampoo. This is the one of the criteria. But we are working to promote our science, and it is good to swasthasya swasthya rakshanam aturasya vyadhi parimokshana. This is the one quote in mention in Ayurveda science. You all know, you are a respected person over here. So that's why today's my topic is Ayurveda, and in Ayurveda mention some diet, some particularly major illnesses. So before I started, so I want to explain regarding concept of food, because last year I visited Europe. This year also visited Europe. People was very appreciated this topic because they want to know about how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. So this is most important because you know very well all the disease come through because of your diet only. Whatever diet you taken, vegetarian, non-vegetarian, etc. So in our life science, in it means Ayurveda, we have mentioned our acharyas are mentioned some energies principle of food, some 20 attributes are there, and Ayurveda has mentioned 8 factors regarding our foods. So it is called as Ahara Vidhi Visheshayatan, my dear friends. So what is this? So it is mentioned first because I have less time. So I not taken much more time. So there are mentioned some Prakriti. It means food, of nature of food. So depending on whether food is easily digestible or not, this is mentioned in Prakriti. Also, current, one of the method of processing generally cooked food is better for your nutrition, my dear friend. Some substances, you know very well, like a fruits, some salads are better taken uncooked. Also, when we eat the food, so we can frying, we can baking, we mixing, drying. This is some criteria are mentioned. Samayoga, it means some combination. While preparing any type of food or any type of ingredients, be properly mixed together or combined with. So here I want to explain one quote over here. People eating a fruit salad, it means some type of fruits with milk or curd. So it is not beneficial for us. So in Ayurveda mentions samyoga. Rashi, it means quantity. While eating, one of the consider the individual ingredient, any type of quantity you need to carry. Then Desha, it means place. Ayurveda divided 3 place, most of the some marshy place, some arid, and some normal places. So as per your, where are you living, that as per your diet is mentioned in the Ayurveda text. Kala means time or any type of period. One of must along change the time, food as well as quantity also mentioned. Some people are here living in Europe. So the timing is different than India. So diet is different than this place. Climate is different. So this is, we can continue with this type of kala. As well as some persons who take the food and when take the food. If you take your food, it means some rules are mentioned in Ayurveda. Food must be consumed while it is hot. This will, in Ayurveda, it is mentioned Agni over here. This will naturally increase your digestive fire. If one should not eat when person is nervous, the person is angry, person is anxious or disturbed, or similarly eating too slowly, too rapidly, you are eating with watching some type of television, it is not advisable, my dear friends. It is better when we concentrate on the food only, a good thought. Food is going to benefit when your mind is cool and calm. Smoking or drinking too much of water or any liquid after eating is not advisable, my dear friend, is mentioned in this science. So, some diseases I talk here regarding bronchial asthma, you know very well. So, some patient, I'm practicing at Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar at my own Sri Siddhivinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center. So, people asking me, doctor or Vaidya, I am suffering from bronchial asthma. So what we take? So we advise there some type of ginger juices and honey is the best remedy to remove their cough. Ayurveda correlated bronchial asthma as Shwasavadhi. So also we advise them some clove plus some black pepper, some ginger, and some sugar with a honey. This is also best combination to cure their cough also. Drink a glass of lukewarm water, honey at the morning. This is also beneficial or very beneficial to suffering for cough also, my dear friends. People come to me and inquire, doctor, can we eat a fish if I am facing some type of cough or some type of bronchial asthma? So, my dear friend, avoid fish and eggs. Fish and eggs can very dangerous to asthmatic patients since this cause instant and risky reaction we observed in most of the cases. So, avoid eating goods that just come for a refrigerator. So, don't eat cold food, my dear friends. So there are some natural anti-inflammatory substances that can help to control your asthma. It means omega-3 fatty acids are good anti-inflammatory agent. Which of these? So like some type of flax seeds, flaxseed oils, walnuts, then cod liver oil, and all dark green leafy vegetable are more beneficial in the cases of asthma, my dear friends. Some patients want to come for kidney stones. We call it as Ashmari over there. So we advise them drink plenty of water as well as consume maximum liquid diet. It means we advise them coconut water or fruit juices or lemon juices, buttermilk is very helpful in these type of cases, my dear friend. Horse gram regularly used in their diet. This is also known as a mutral. It means diuretic. So it is very useful. Cucumber is very useful in these type of cases. Barley soups, grains, then dates, yogurts is also one of the beneficial medicine in these type of cases, my dear friend. You eat regularly some type of carrot leaf juice, and this is also beneficial. Apple contain protein, which is useful to cooling your particularly urinary system, my dear friend. Many patients in such era suffering from hyperacidity. Amrita Sharma ji, I have some type of disease only explain and not take much more time. Yes? Okay. So just I want to explain hyperacidity. Most of the patients suffering from hyperacidity, I think in 10%, 3% suffering from hyperacidity. So if you are an Ayurvedic doctor, the many people asking, doctor, I am suffering from acidity, and in the morning I have a feeling, a heart burning, some nauseatic feeling. So what to do? So that time in Ayurveda mentioned Tikta Rasa. Tikta Rasa is very useful. And at the morning, we advise them 1 glass of warm water plus lemon plus black salt. This is very beneficial uh, drug, or this is a remedy to these people who is suffering from hyperacidity, my dear friend. As well as drink cold milk is one of the best remedy. This cold milk you eat or you drink in the morning before a meal. This is also beneficial. Amalki fruit juice is one of the best medicine. Tulsi soak seeds is also beneficial in these type of cases, my dear friends. Bitter gourd or bottle gourd or snake gourd, ladyfinger, cabbage, and tinda, etc. are useful vegetables in these type of hyperacidity cases. We use regularly, most of the medicine we use anupana, means medicine to take with the gulkand. It helps to reduce your heat in the body. This is also best remedy. Moog and ragi ladu, we regularly use to control the hyperacidity, my dear friends.
Thank you.
And when apple, when
Thank you,
eaten,
Dr. Bhairav. Thank you, Dr. Bhairav. It is really nice to know about certain small tips in our daily plate that can help us to change and cure ourselves naturally. The day that can be started with a wonderful warm water and some lemon and salt. And it's time to know from Vaidya Rajan Patankar what he has to say and share to us about healthy tips of healthy living. So stay around and we'll come for a panel discussion very soon again with our eminent guests as experts. Thank you so much.
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhairavji.
Global
And
Namaste, Dr. Rajan.
yes, global
Uh,
namaste. I am audible.
So in continuation, yes, you are audible. In continuation of the talk,
Correct.
you as your
Yes.
topic is, please proceed. Thank you.
Yes. Happy and healthy life with Ayurveda is today's my topic. As said previously by Dr. Antonio, importance of Swastha Vritta should be percolate all over the world to promote authentic and documented Ayurveda is my first sentence. Then, as said by so many speakers, Hita Hita Sukha Dukkham, I used to say Hita Hitam, is must be a tagline of Ayurveda for the betterment of life of each and every person in the universe. What I should say. What is definition of healthy life as per Ayurveda? It's very simple. To follow daily and seasonal regime as given in original text is important. So principles of Ayurveda, how to maintain health of a healthy person without any medication, there won't be illness. To maintain this, you must follow some simple guidelines, as I told, as per daily and seasonal regime, with a perfect time to wake up, to go to bed, then duration of sleep as per age, as per body constitution, climatic conditions, then what to eat, when to eat, as told by my previous friend, Vaidya Bhairavji, when to eat, what to eat, as per seasonal changes, and as per Desha, what he told is also most important. As per the countries, it will definitely differ. So there should not be a protocol of a Ayurvedic, I think so, diet, which can be followed all over the world. Correctly said by him. You must eat when you feel completely hungry, or when you feel hungry. If you eat at that time, as he said, that our Jatragni, that is our digestive fire, is in proper manner, so what we eat is get properly digested. Then you must eat when you are hungry. What type of exercises, that is yoga, meditation, workout, to follow as per your body constitution, because all these things are not only for the wellness of body, but for the wellness of mind also. And that is most important as per Ayurvedic original text. By following these guidelines, you will feel happy. Happiness through your hobbies like music, dance, performing art, or sports will feel you happy and healthy. Both things are there. Most important, good thoughts, good behavior towards family and society, no greediness is also important. Peaceful surrounding will make you yourself and others happy. Say no to crime, war, terrorism to maintain peace, happiness, and harmony in all corners of the world. Healthy life definitely comes through happiness. Two sides of the one coin. These are. So enjoy happy and healthy life with just simple methods to mention in these thoughts. In my opinion, we can achieve this by giving lectures and presentations and awareness program to promote in common people and community. Only good and knowledgeable Vaidyas can do this in proper manner. This is my opinion. And after this pandemic, it is definitely need of the hour to promote authentic and documented Ayurveda to all over the world for the greatness of Ayurveda and to promote Ayurveda throughout the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan, sir. And it has been wonderful to know about things in relation to what Ayurveda talks about, small aspects about living. It talks about small aspects about thinking. It talks about small aspects about how to think better, live better, stay happy, and a lot of things that can change your individuality as far as a human being. And the talk that we have been doing today for promoting Ayurveda and talking about the oneness of Ayurveda and globalization of Ayurveda. What do you think, Vaidya ji, what is the need of an hour in terms of what Dr. Antonio, Professor E. Sharma, and Dr. Rajiv have been talking about?
Definitely. Their thoughts are very important and should be taken not lightly, but seriously. So, as I said in this talk also, to promote Ayurveda awareness in the people, to know the Ayurveda or to educate them in their language or in their style is important. If I say, if I am from Mumbai or Maharashtra, I cannot say all these things in Amrutaji's place in Himachal Pradesh. So that differs from the Desha, then Bala, and everything. So all these things should be considered to promote and to educate people through Ayurveda. Means we can definitely achieve the world will be under one umbrella. But still I should say, everyone should understand the strength and weakness of our science and other science also. So integration is not only in between to fight in between us, but the things which are good from the modern side, we must follow them because they are definitely beneficial for our diagnostic purpose. But after thinking that or after doing that, we must advise the people or advise our community as per Ayurvedic documentation or as per Ayurvedic Swastha Vritta. That is my say, because Rajivji is more thoughtful and experienced than me. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Meenakshi, can you please make your camera landscape, please? In the moment, we can have a comment from Dr. Rajiv. Dr. Rajiv, your comment, please, and then we take Dr. Meenakshi. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Rajanji. You have so much wealth of experience of decades, and I'm so glad that you have put that point that we should accept the two together, and modern medicine and Ayurveda are not two different things. Because I see many people, oh, we are the best, we have been there for 5,000 years and all that. It's good. I completely respect, and I'm part of it. But that type of statement does not really go well. So I think that's the first point. Second point is also, I think of when you, and I was giving a lecture, as you know, that I give talks all around the world now. For last 50 years, I've given almost 360, 70 talks. The first thing I mentioned is about that we need to have open-mindedness, and I think I'm so glad that a person of your stature, your attitude, and your strength, and your seniority is also coming from the same aspect, which I found missing in many of them. And the second point I would like to make is also that there is a combination of things like, when you have asthma, you can have licorice root, which is on anti-inflammatory and soothing effects. And on the other hand, you can have the inhaled corticosteroids. It works together. There is no harm doing together. So yoga, in my view, is a union. And it's a union of body, mind, and soul, but also a union of modern medicine with Ayurveda. Why should we dissect? They're all one part. They are born from one or the other. We don't say what is senior or junior. But if baby is there, let's think it this way. If modern medicine is a baby and Ayurveda was the mother, still being together is better than being separate. So I think that was the point I wanted to make. So let's work together. Fantastic episode all the way through. Thanks to Amrita for bringing it together with Neil and Nishit, who is working in the background. I think it's a really good step. We have moved forward from where we were 2 years ago to where we are now. Let's take one step further. I have, through the international organization, we have created a platform where people can join, and there is a document that would be a work document where things can work together so that there is no discrepancy. And that is the best way we can go. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Your quick comment, Dr. Meenakshi, before we go to India with Rotarian Lal Goyal. Over to you, and with Dr. DC Katoch. Yes, please.
Is it my turn?
Yes, please.
Hi. First
Your
of all,
comments
namaskar.
over in 2 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, it's namaskar to everyone. In line to Dr. Rajiv, I would say that Ayurveda work with the health triangle, which is integrated here. Health triangle means it looks after the physical, spiritual, and mental health, and the social health as well. And as Dr. Rajiv just said, that both of the Ayurvedic and allopathic, they come together for the betterment of a human life and for planetary health. So Ayurveda is giving a lot towards planetary health as well. So I just want to add up, I just want to give my input. Thank you so much for.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. Please stay around. It's time to welcome our regular contributor at Healing Our Earth, Rotarian Lal Goyal. It's his hour with his guests. And Rotarian Lal Goyal, he's a founder and charter president of Rotary Club Organ Donation International, as well as a chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And Professor E. Sharma, it's time to welcome, and Rotarian Lal Goyal, let's welcome Dr. DC Katoch. Over to you. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, Amrita ji.
Thank you very much, Amrita. And I welcome you, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. And really, very pleased to see Dr. Katoch. And very well recall seeing him multiple times and reading his policy documents, whatever he prepared at the Ministry of Ayush. Those are very enlightening, and we still refer to them. Dr. Katoch, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And it's really heartening to see you over here. And over to you, Dr. Amrita, and I will be interacting.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
Yes,
you very much.
Brigadier Lalgul, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita. And today's program is really very interesting because it's on Ayurveda special and Ayurveda for everyone every day. And first of all, I would like to give thanks to Healing Our Earth family, especially to Mr. Neil Kumar and team, to organize every Sunday a topic, a very, very public interest topic, which is beneficial for so many people. And because this program is telecast live on different platforms all over the world, across the world, watched by many, many lakhs of people all across the world. Secondly, because this program is giving the real things from the horse's mouth, if I will say, because the dignitaries who are coming as a guest are giving their thoughts, and it is not that somebody XYZ is coming, it's the real authorities who are coming. So thank you very much. And when we are talking about Ayurveda for everyone every day, Ayurveda, often referred to as the science of life, is a holistic healing system that originated in India over 5,000 years ago. It focuses on maintaining balance in the body, mind, and spirit to promote overall well-being and prevent illness. Ayurveda is derived from the Sanskrit words Ayush, meaning life, and Veda, meaning knowledge or science. Ayurveda is based on the belief that the universe, including the human body, is composed of 5 fundamental elements: space, air, fire, water, and earth. These elements combine to form 3 doshas or body types. Each person has a unique combination of these doshas known as their prakriti, which determines their physical and mental characteristics. The balance of doshas is crucial for maintaining health. Ayurveda emphasizes daily routine and lifestyle choice to maintain balance and health. Incorporating Ayurveda into a modern lifestyle does not have to be complicated. Small, consistent changes can lead to significant improvements in health and well-being. Ayurveda offers timeless wisdom for living a balanced and healthy life. By incorporating its principles into everyday routines, individuals can enhance their physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Whether though mindful eating, daily self-care practices, or connecting with nature, Ayurveda provides practical tools for achieving and maintaining harmony in modern life. And to discuss this very, very important aspect today, we have a very elite, knowledgeable panelist with me. And I would like to invite and introduce my first panelist guest, and he is Dr. Dinesh Katoch. Dr. Katoch is the former advisor Ayurveda in the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. From 2008 to 2011, he was on deputation with WHO as national consultant and focal point for providing technical assistance and coordination in implementing WHO Government of India cooperation strategy for traditional Indian medicine and homeopathy. He was the Senior Chief Medical Officer, Ayurveda, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He is the Secretary of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani Drugs Technical Advisory Board and ASU Drugs Consultative Committee under the provisions of Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940. He has authored several articles and represented India in many international delegations to the countries including USA, UK, Germany, Switzerland, Russia, China, etc. Welcome, Dr. Dinesh Katoch. And as our one of the panelists said that he has gone through your research papers. So the viewers, you can understand the seriousness, the seniority, the maturity of Dr. Dinesh Katoch. So today's topic, which is very, very important for all of us, Ayurveda for everyone, every day. I invite Dr. Dinesh Katoch to give his views.
Thank you, Mr. Lal, for inviting me to this global session on Ayurveda, and also thanks to Amrita that I have been involved in this program. Friends, I think I just take the words from Dr. Rajiv Gupta. I think just a few minutes before he spoke that Ayurveda is 5,000 years old, and that should not be enough for the practice of Ayurveda. Means the system, we call it as a
traditional system, but actually it is not a traditional system for our country. It is rather a conventional. Call as traditional. I think that should go away. That should go away. Why? Why? Because in the times when we are practicing Ayurveda, we cannot practice Ayurveda in real sense unless we adopt the contemporary technologies, contemporary trends of practice. So that is very, very important. Now, if you see in our country, in India has been right from the beginning, there has been policy support for Ayurveda, and as well as for the other Indian systems of medicine and homeopathy. And that is why this these systems, they flourished in our country. We have huge infrastructure, huge manpower of Ayush systems, and the institutions are there, and the day by day, the number is increasing. But the unfortunate part is that the Ayurveda is not being practiced in the Ayurveda way. This is the most unfortunate part. It means Ayurveda practitioners across the globe, whether within the country or outside the country, most of them, they do not follow the principles of Ayurveda, the concepts of Ayurveda. Now, if you see the emerging spectrum of diseases, the most important spectrum which is emerging, that is lifestyle diseases. Now, in the lifestyle diseases, means the life part, the lifespan, and the qualities of life, these are important. These things. How will you address? Can these lifestyle disorders can be managed with pills and capsules? No, this cannot be. Unless you change the lifestyle, unless you modulate the lifestyle. If you see the WHO report, the global survey that came up in I think 2002 and 3, that the incidence of lifestyle diseases, it has increased. I think 60 to 70% of the global disease burden, that is from the lifestyle diseases. In our country, India contributes to the global population. 11% contribution is from India, whereas the disease burden in India, that is 21%. 21% contribution is from India for the global disease burden. Means we have the communicable diseases, we have the non-communicable diseases, and we have due to diseases, other factors are there. Now, in spite of having so many systems in our country, the conventional modern medical system, then this Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, other thing, but this disease burden is not coming down. So where is the fault? Where is the problem? The problem is that in spite of our system being so much competent, but the system is not practiced in the way it should be. It's not. Now, I give you one example. Like, now our practitioners, they prescribe Trifla for diabetes mellitus. Okay, fine. Okay, and they find results. But where is the evidence? The scientific evidence. Where is the evidence? We treat bronchitis with citoplasmic, but where bronchitis is mentioned in authoritative books of Ayurveda? "57 Ayurveda books in the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. There is a list of authoritative books of Ayurveda, and 57 books of Ayurveda, they are mentioned there. And if you see all of them, you will not find the indications or the uses for which we are doing the practice of Ayurveda. On the prescription, we make the diagnosis that, and we write that, okay, bronchitis. We write down bronchial asthma. We write down diabetes mellitus, right? But do we find? No. So unless you translate that diagnosis, that the diagnosis of diabetes mellitus, or the diagnosis of hypertension, or the diagnosis of a bronchitis into we will have to translate that diagnosis into Ayurvedic terms, in the Ayurvedic perspective, by examining the illness, by examining the disease and the patient by Nidan Panchak or Rogi Pariksha. No, this is very important. Right? Now, just one example, I think all our doctors here, Ayurvedic doctors here, no, anemia. No, anemia. Okay, we cannot say that anemia is Pandu. Okay, if it is treated, the Pandu, the patient of Pandu is treated in the way the anemia is treated, I think we will not find out any solution for treating anemia. So first of all, we need to translate that anemia. Now, the patient of anemia, they okay, hemoglobin is less. Hemoglobin has reduced. Okay, this is one point. But if you see in Ayurveda, the Pandu is of different types: Vatic Pandu, Pathic Pandu, Kaphaj Pandu, Sanipatic Pandu, Krimis Pandu. They are different. So unless we translate that anemia into in any one of these 5 conditions, for that we will have to examine the patient, we will have to see the patient, and we have to see the symptomatology and other things in Ayurvedic perspective. Right. So that is why our treatment sometimes it misfires. It does not work. On one patient it works, but on the other patient does not work, because the philosophy of Ayurveda medicine that is critically based on the Prakriti analysis of the individuals. We need to understand the psychosomatic constitution of the individual, body-mind constitution, Prakriti which we got. But not only Prakriti, the other factors are what kind of doshas are involved, what is the aggravation, the stage of aggravation of doshas, whether it is in the Sanchaya Avastha or it is in the Prakopa Avastha or in the other Avastha. Now, if you see the population today, once I was in a WHO meeting in Hong Kong, I think more than 80 countries they participate in that meeting, and one of the Director General of Health Services from I think it was for if you see the segments of the population, very few people they are healthy. Most of them they are diseased. They suffer from some. Okay, so after that, after he spoke, then it was my turn. So I spoke that if you see the population, there are people, very few people they are healthy. The percentage of healthy people is very less, very less. Then there are people, those who are indisposed, but they are not suffering from, right? And then the more number of people is those who are suffering from certain specific disease. They are well diagnosed. Okay, they are suffering from this disease, right? And then there is another segment of population that the people they are suffering from the disease, but they are not getting the treatment because the treatment is not available. The remedies are not available in certain conditions or in certain stages of the disease. And then from which the people are suffering, there is no cure, no treatment. Like we had, like COVID, there was no treatment. There was no proven treatment. But if you see the Ayurveda, in Ayurveda, for every means for the healthy individuals, for the preservation of health, for the promotion of health, the treatment guidelines are there. The guidelines are there. Then for the biochemistry is disturbed, but you are not having any disease. Only it is ras pradushti. So for that also the guidelines are there. But we never bother about that. We never apply those guidelines. Then the third is, now if you see the genesis of the disease, the first is the stage of accumulation. So that stage of accumulation of the marble material, which we call as dosha, that results from when there is unhealthy host environment interaction. The individual. And when it's his or her interaction with the external environment, means that is his lifestyle. Now the lifestyle, when I say lifestyle, lifestyle has four building blocks. The number one is your diet and nutrition. The second is your routine, right from getting up and going to bed. And third is your behavior and habits. And the fourth is your emotional status. So today, everything is disturbed. All the four. So by pumping more and more pills, by pumping capsule, can we achieve that homeostasis in the body system? No, no. That is why if you see the principles of Ayurveda treatment, the four principles are there: Sanshodhana, Sashamana, then the Pathya Nidan Parivarjan, and no, the Sashaman Chikitsa means the use of drugs, use of medicines. So the role of medicine is hardly 25. It is Nidan Parivarjan. 25% it comes from the Nidan Parivarjan. Then another 25% from Sanshodhana, and another 25% it comes from the this Pathya Vyavastha. But we simply rely on medicines. We prescribe the medicines, we give or some guidelines. But if you want to apply the holistic principles of treatment of Ayurveda, we need to practice Ayurveda in this way that, okay, Sanshodhan is also required, but the most important is the lifestyle factors, managing the lifestyle factors. In 2005-6, WHO conducted a survey and they came out that how the disease is produced in a body system. And they came out that the social determinants of health, they are very, very important. The social determinants of the health. Now, what are the social determinants? Like our living conditions, our habits, then educational status, how much aware we are about the healthcare, and then the most important part of the social determinants is the lifestyle factors. And in the lifestyle factors, there are many things which are reversible, which can be modulated, but that aspect is never advocated. That is never promoted. I think that needs to be encouraged. Right? And in Ayurveda, when we say the lifestyle, I think lifestyle modulation, lifestyle modification, I think that is that is based on Prakriti analysis. That is based on psychosomatic constitution of the body and mind. Right? So on the basis of that, or those guidelines means what to eat, what should be the routine of the individual, what kind of physical activities, what should be the status, mental status, means the mental peace, emotional status. I think that has to be preserved. Only then we can achieve swasthya. Swasthya, what is the meaning of swasthya? Swasthya means to attain the swasthiti, to achieve the equilibrium with which we were born. So now another aspect, this is about the attainment of the health. Second aspect is that the practice of Ayurveda on the basis of the contemporary indications and uses of the medicines. Now, if you see the uses and the indications of our medicines, Ayurveda medicines, that kind of indications and uses, they are not mentioned in the Ayurveda books. Right? So we have to diagnose the patient in Ayurvedic perspective, on Ayurvedic lines, and according to the diagnosis has to be. No. The other thing is the drugs, the indications for the drug. I think for that, we need to do purposing and repurposing of our drugs. And for that, evidences have to be created. Evidence, like if I am using Sitopaladi churn for the patients of acute bronchitis, we need to do some clinical trials on the patients of clinical bronchitis, and then bring out some scientific data, and that scientific data, so that it should be in public domain, and the practitioner, our practitioner. Now, I just give you one example. A few years and the sufferers, they were suffering from this platelet low count of platelets. And suddenly there was a global news that okay, papaya is very effective in increasing papaya juice or papaya leaf juice, that is very effective for. But it did not come like this. There was a study in Pakistan. Some scientist, he did a study, because papaya is not mentioned in Ayurveda. It is only mentioned in a Siddha study in Pakistan, and he found that okay, when this papaya juice is then when he published, and then the manufacturers, they started manufacturing some pills made from papaya juice, like Platenja of Himalaya, and then the Carry pill of some company in India. So means the indication, the indication for which we are using the Ayurvedic drug, on that indication, the scientific studies are required. This is very, very important, unless we create evidence. Because when we do the drugs to the patients, I think it has to be based on 4 things. The number 1 is SOAP, means what are the subjective assessment of the patient. Then the objective assessment, means by the doctor, by the practitioner, by the Ayurveda practitioner. And the third is then the overall assessment, and then the plan, action plan. And that whole action plan by the practitioner, that should be based on principles. And for that, only these things can be promoted unless we create the evidence. So that evidence is important. So my whole emphasis is that the practice of Ayurveda should not be on the basis of this modern diagnosis or the so-called conventional diagnosis. It has to be translated into Ayurvedic perspective, in the Ayurvedic dimensions. Only then we can provide successful treatment, successful management to the people from which they are suffering.
Yeah.
So this is the point.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katroj, for giving very, very straightforward your views. Very forcibly you have put it. Before I will move to my next panelist guest, one only small question to you. Do you think, although you are in the government, you have spent your entire life in the government, and a very, very important person in the government, do you think the education system in Ayurveda, as well as the research in Ayurveda, is lacking in India? And that's why no research papers, like what is happening in allopathy, that they are publishing research papers in the journals like Lancet, etc., are lacking. And that's why what you have expressed today is the practice of Ayurveda is not that effective, because people are doing whatsoever they have learned here and there, but no proper research papers are there. What you say in a very, very short time, Dr. Katroj, please.
No, you see that the practice of Ayurveda is done in 3 ways. One is standalone practice of Ayurveda. We have Ayurvedists, those who are pure Ayurvedists. They claim that they are doing the practice of Ayurveda, right? Secondly, the practitioners having the same qualification, they are doing integrated practice. They are doing integrated practice, right? And third kind of practice is of integrative medicine, right? But most of the integration in our country, I think that is physical integration. Physical integration is okay. The patient is taking paracetamol, and also he is also prescribed Godanti Bhasma. That is not integration. We need to have physical, not physical integration, the functional integration. The functional integration is required. Wherever the gaps are there in the conventional system of medicine, how those gaps can be bridged with the help of Ayurveda. I think that is the integrative medicine, right? Now, unfortunately, our educational system is not like that, because the students, they are not taught in that way. They are not in taught way. Practically, okay, that kind of knowledge might be imparted to those students, but the practical.
Okay. Okay.
That's develop the skills for practicing integrative medicine.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Katoch. And we have also seen in the practical also that all the big hospitals, corporate hospitals, all the general hospitals, they are keeping the resident doctor as BAMS, the Ayurveda doctors, although they are prescribing all allopathy medicine. So what you are saying means something very, very serious, because the Ayurveda means you must practice for Ayurveda. You should have full knowledge of Ayurveda and practice for that. Thank you very much, Dr. Katoch. Please stay. We will come out the second round. If there are any questions will be left. Now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and he is Dr. M.S. Krishnamurthy. Dr. M.S. Krishnamurthy is MD Ayush, PhD. He is the professor and head of the department at Alvaz Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Murbidri. He is PG and PhD guide of RGUHS, Bangalore. He was PhD examiner and PhD registration committee member of RGUHS, Bangalore. He is having professional experience of 22 years in the field of Ayurveda, including 19 years of teaching experience. He is guiding PG scholars of since 2005 and teaching research methodology and guided 36 PG scholars. He is conferred with National Award, Bharatiya Vijnayana Parishad Puraskar, Delhi in the year 2005 for the academic research achievement in the field of Ayurveda, with due consideration of research work on a critical analysis of folk medical practices prevalent in South Kannada district of Karnataka. He is the founder secretary of Sri Mulya Raja Tadari Ayurveda Seva Trust, alike engaged in free Ayurvedic medical camps, free medicinal plant seed distribution, health awareness programs, herbal drug exclusion for the public, high school and college students are conducted every year. Welcome, Dr. M.S. Krishnamurthy on our show. Dr. Murthy, you have just heard Dr. Katoch, and he has commented about the education system. He has also mentioned about the research papers. He also mentioned about the integrated health, which he says is not correct, what is happening today. Now, you being a professor and head of the department, you are teaching the students. I'm sure you are the right person to reply to Dr. Katoch, as well as to give your perspectives about today's very, very important topic, and that is Ayurveda for everyone, every day. Dr. M.S. Krishnamurthy, please.
Namaste to all from India. Krishnadebhyam asatvicharachitam pradvesha chanchatpanam kamakrodha visham vitakadasanam raga prachandekshanam mohasyam shasharira kotarashayam chittoragam dvarunam prajna mantra balena yashamitavan buddhaya tasmai namah. First of all, I take the opportunity to thank Mr. Lal Goyal for introducing me to this platform. Secondly, probably Miss Rubina of well-known the health resort, Pandit Resort from India, who has introduced me to Lal Goyal. I first of all take the opportunity to thank them. Then, regarding the subject proper, strongly I am not the person to endorse, but I strongly support all the views presented by Dr. Katoch, the senior person from the government sector also, who worked hard for the upliftment of Ayurveda by various means and angles. First of all, here I can find the audience who are non-Ayurvedics also. That is why my intention is to cover two aspects. One is to present my view regarding the matters presented by Dr. Katoch, and before that, I want to say few basic aspects of Ayurveda for the general public or audience whom I can find in this platform. First, the intention of Ayurveda is not mere treatment of the illness. Today, illnesses are created. So we should be well aware how to prevent from various kinds of illnesses. That is the basic idea of Ayurveda that is appreciated. Swastasya swasthya rakshanam. Next comes aturasya vikara prashamanam. Curative benefit is the secondary aspect. First as preventive aspect. So every kind of disease has to be prevented, and that is told well by the two terminologies in Ayurveda, dinacharya and rutucharya, daily routines and seasonal regimens. Everyone must think, analyze regarding this, whether we are properly adopting the daily routines or we are adopting proper seasonal regimens or not. Surely, including myself, for majority of the instances, we are not following the daily routines and seasonal regimens as per classical Ayurveda. Probably our lifestyle, our urgency, etc. are the few factors, precipitating factors. But surely, if we have to take care of ourselves, undoubtedly we have to follow the age-old principles, dinacharya and rutucharya. Importantly, Dr. Katuch once again emphasized regarding that matter, how we are bad about our lifestyle. We say that we must remain happy, healthy, peaceful, pleasureful, spiritual, etc. When we are not following the dinacharya and rutucharya, how it is possible to attain? That is why, first of all, we need to give emphasis to the extent possible. Maybe it is not possible by every means, but extent possible, we need to give much priority for the daily routines, especially starting from waking up. Even though acharyas have told to wake up by Brahmi Muhurta, means 4:30 to 5:30 in between, which is not possible in our busy schedule. Because of that, various sleep related diseases, various digestive disturbances, where psychological disturbances, etc. are caused. It is possible to curb it. It is possible to prevent it by daily routines. Likewise, acharyas have explained regarding various natural urges. Veganna, Dharit, Vata, Vit, Mutra, Kshavatu, Trut, Kshida, Nidra, Kasa, Shramashwasa, Jrumba, Ashru, Chaddi, Retas. These are the 13 natural urges which should not be prevented, or which should not be forcibly induced also. But in majority of the cases, for example, about the hunger, even though we are not hungry, we are taking the food before we are getting hungry. And even though we are thirsty, we are not taking water or liquids because of various reasons or commitments, professional commitments we say nowadays. Likewise, we are not passing the bowel when the time comes to pass the bowel. We postpone it, maybe in our busy schedules, office schedules, etc. Likewise, we postpone our urinary habits or sleep habits, etc. Ultimately, all these things will surely lead to various diseases. That is why we need to take care of all these things to the possible extent. Surely 30 to 40% can be corrected. For this purpose, the basic education must be given from the primary school level or high school level in the school education itself. So far, we are teaching regarding proteins, fat, carbohydrate, various kinds of antibiotics, the disease manifestation, endogenous diseases, exogenous diseases, infectious diseases, everything is there in our syllabus. But no a single word regarding dinacharya or rutucharya, or regarding Ayurveda, regarding herbal medicines, or body purificatory aspects, Panchamahabhuta aspects, Sattva, Raja, Tama, all these aspects are never taught in your primary or high school education. I'm not telling only in India, because India being the motherland of Ayurveda, it should be there. In the rest of the countries also not yet started. That is, now it is the time to take some initiation to introduce these aspects in our syllabus itself, so that people will be well aware regarding our Prakriti, what is dosha, what is the regimen should be followed in particular season, how our daily routines should be. Instead of we are going for mere education routines, we need to look into ourselves for our health routines. That is not taught. That is a very sad part of our so-called education. Next is the kind of food what we are taking. That is the main culprit. Today we are taking the food not as per our liking. It is because of others' liking. Because today we are getting lot of intercontinental or continental food. We love those. But is the definition, what is a good food? Then the question comes. Because as per the modern parameters, the body requires certain amount of protein, fat, carbohydrate, this one, that one, various kinds of micronutrients, macronutrients, etc. But what is the best kind of food? Very simple definition. What is the food of our ancestors? What was the food practice, or what is the, if our parents are still there, then what is the good practice? Good food practice. What is the food liked by our parents, grandparents? That is the food should be adopted by us, not the junk food, because our ancestors were not liking or not habituated to have this kind of junk food. That is why today we are finding 1/3 of the population is having one or other kind of allergic disorders or diseases which are caused by because of the food incompatibility. The reason is we are not taking the food what we should take. We take the food which is liked by others, which is advertised, which are said to be of good nature, which are said to be of nutritive. That is the food what we are taking. That kind of notion should go. We should adopt the food of our liking, or which are adaptable to our body as per our constitution. Then only we can be prevented from 30 to 40% of the diseases. Second thing is in relation to the urges which should be suppressed, like kama, krodha, lobha, moha, mada, matsara, etc. Today we are in a political world. Every now and then, within the family, outside the family, in the workplace, we are facing kama, krodha, lobha, moha, mada, and matsara. As per Indian philosophy, these should be controlled. But everybody is today thinking of money, thinking of power. We will be having competition. All these things are coming to our mind every now and then. Because of that, hatredness will be there, jealousy will be there, and we are having close attachments with respect to our worldly things. Just like it may be a mobile, it may be a laptop, it may be our own home, our car, our vehicle, whatever it may be. We are having much attachment with these things. Because of that, whenever if our family member is getting ill, we are not worried. Whereas our own mobile, if gets scratched, then we are worrying. This is the beginning of a kind of jealousy, a kind of hatredness, non-adjustment, etc. This must be checked. And third aspect is regarding the proper exercise. Today, every now and then, people are going to gym, or those who are having some influence of Ayurveda, yoga, and etc. They are going for yoga. But our routines must be carried by ourselves. For example, housekeeping. So these kinds of minor activities are to be carried by ourselves. Maybe we are very rich, we are crorepathies, we are lakpathis, but our works must be carried by ourselves. By that, dependency will be reduced, and we will be much pleased, and our relation will be more within the family members. Our relation will be more. Ultimately, this is the reason for the happiness or mindfulness. Today, in our mind, we are feeling the facts related to other people, not our own aspects. This is the reason why we are often feeling that somebody is giving a competition, or I am a competitor to another person, and ultimately it leads to a psychological disorder. That is why within this time span of 10 to 15 minutes, I have tried to say that the proper lifestyle care, it may be food, it may be habit, it may be thinking, by all these things we can keep fit by ourselves. That is the first aspect. Then next is the treatment aspect. Okay, before going to the treatment aspect, I will touch another topic. That is, we are taking the food as if the quantity wise, we are never thinking of quality wise. It is told the food must be taken not in the hands, it should be taken, enjoyed by keeping in the fingers. It means we should limit ourselves, our food. We should decide ourselves, not the physicians, not the doctor, not the family physician. We should think what is good, what is bad. That is it. And the proper food habits, not mere food, food habits. How we are sitting for the food, how we are taking the food, what all the adjuvants are taken along with the food. These are the very important factors to keep our gut appropriate, stronger. Other than that, today we are much enjoying the worldly pleasures. Our interest towards political aspects, economy aspects, or other name, fame related aspects, work aspects are more. That is why we work like donkeys and we are not taking enough rest. I say we are taking rest, but we are not taking enough rest as per our body requirement. That is very important. That is why today we are finding after COVID, there is a some kind of the statistics will be that the people are dying at the age of 30, 35, 45, 50, early ages. But we should understand that how much struggle they are taking, because to fulfill their daily need or annual need, family need, they work hard, they work more than the requirement many a time, or they don't determine what is required or how much is required for the accordingly. It may be the work, it may be the personal exercises, etc. They are doing more than the requirement. Today we are in the hands of the gym technicians, we are in the hands of yoga tutors, etc. They will tell you should drink 3 liters of water. First we should assess ourselves whether I can digest the 1 liter water or 2 or 3 cup of water, because we are not going to be a yogi tomorrow. First you should be healthy, thereafter the yogic practices, sadhanas, etc. are to be carried later. That is how we should determine ourselves. Okay, apart from that, next I will come to the point what sir Mr. Lal Goyal sir asked in relation to the matters presented by Dr. Katosh. Surely in India, probably same thing extends in other parts of the country also. Today our greed for money is more. That is why everywhere every physician is thinking how to make a client for enriching his life. It means we are not, as and when a patient comes, as and when a person comes, first we are not understanding him as a person. First we are thinking him as a client. We want to make him as a client. That is why when a patient comes for a simple complaint of indigestion or maldigestion, tastelessness, etc., we are not taking enough history of the person. In our Shastra, there is a quote that Desham dosham balam kalam analam prakritim vayah sattam satyam aharascha avasthascha pratagvidah. A doctor has to take the details of a patient not in 2 minutes or 5 minutes. A physician has to take minimum half an hour to 45 minutes to understand about the body physiology and psychology of the person. Truly, this is not going on everywhere.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy.
We have to say thank you to Dr. Krishnamurthy. But before you will go, my one thing which I want to reply from you, during the COVID time, everyone was talking about zinc. And the people have started eating pumpkin seeds, cashew nuts, etc., without any research, as Dr. Kotoj said. And when few people have done the doctors have done the research, they found that zinc has no role for prevention of COVID. And 30 seconds comment on that, please.
Surely. See, why there is a claim or we are criticized because we are not having enough scientific data for that. We are having scattered information. It is the data is presented by the physician by his words or depending on it, but it is not published anywhere. That is the drawback of Ayurveda present.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Krishnamurthy, for putting your views very straightforward once again. And thanks a lot for giving enlightening all of us. I'm sure today's program is very much enlightening. So many panelists and the doctors across the world are participating in. So over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. And if any question is there, surely you can.
Yes,
Mr.
definitely.
Having my mail and mobile number also, please you can share.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Dr. Lal Goyal. Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy. You have been talking about the aspects of how the health in relation to our day-to-day life and food and its importance. We have our guests who we have Mr. Ravi Bhanot from London, whom we'll be talking very shortly to. And we have Rajan Pratankarji and Dr. D.C. Katoj. So just a quick panel question to all of you to address one of the issues in relation to Ayurveda. What is, as per your understanding, can be done for a better promotion of Ayurveda in terms of lifestyle disorders? Over to you, Dr. Krishnamurthy, and then I'll take over the comments from Dr. D.C. Katoj, followed by Rajan and other guests. Over to you.
Yes,
thank you.
It was actually the time is short. That is why I will conclude it shortly. First, we need to have a concept of family physician concept with respect to Ayurvedic physicians. Every family has to determine who will be the family physician, family Ayurvedic physician. And once if we know, because the family physician will know regarding our desha, dosha, bala, prakriti, etc. And accordingly, he will advise our the best practices, lifestyle related best practices that will help us to solve 50 to 60% of the cases. And another 40% of the cases, he will give us guideline what best practices can be carried by taking food as a medicine. Thereafter, another 30 cases by the medicine as such, because Ayurveda, we are having safe and effective formulations depending upon the stage of the illness. Today, that is not followed. We need to understand the stage of the illness and accordingly medicine has to be given. Not over-the-counter medicines practices are not good. And importantly, the medicine must not be available over the Kirani shops, and that is the bad beginning for Ayurveda. Today, every Dashamula Rishta, Draksha Rishta, everything is available outside. But it must be, when we are saying that it is an Ayurvedic medicine, it must be prescribed. Even if it is an Ayurvedic soap, Ayurvedic shampoo, it should be prescribed only by the Ayurvedic physicians. It should not be available freely. If at all, it is a herbal soap, herbal shampoo, I am not having any objection because it is a matter related to herbalist. But when you say that it is an Ayurveda, there should be a concept of Tridosha Siddhanta, Saptadhatu Siddhanta, Panchamahabhuta Siddhanta. Without that, prescription of Ayurveda, Namka Avastha, it is a only commercial purpose we are using. That is not a good practice. That is my opinion.
Okay, that has raised up a very important point for all of us, because most of the drugs that are sold globally are sold with the name of herbs and not Ayurveda proprietary medicine. And you cannot sell ashwagandha or triphala as Ayurveda proprietary medicine, but as a herb, definitely it can be sold. So my question to Dr. D.C. Katoj, because you have been at such a post, and what is your view on that? That is, there should be a change that has to be brought on policies that can change or make better rules and regulations for promoting the same name in terms of Ayurveda or in terms of herb in different countries? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it is a very good question, very important question. You see, when we make use of herbs, now name of the herbs That is not important. The herb is not important. Like ashwagandha. Ashwagandha, we use ashwagandha in Ayurveda, and the Unani system of medicine that also makes use of ashwagandha. Right? And that use might be different. Now, the important thing is, if the drug or the medicine is to be prescribed by a doctor, by the practitioner, by the concerned practitioner, means whether an allopathic doctor or by the Ayurvedic doctor, that drug has to be regulated. It has to be regulated. Now, in Ayurveda, unfortunately, in our country, all Ayurveda drugs, all Ayurveda medicines, they are OTC products. Anybody can go to the shop, can purchase the drug. That is why the truck drivers, the female patients, those who are suffering from habitual aversion, or those who are having some impotency, like they go to the shop and they take the drug. They do not know what medicine should be taken, what is the dose of the medicine, and what are the contraindications for that. They don't know. They simply take the medicine in a higher dose, and then they suffer from the side effects or some complications like that. So the important thing is that there should be rules and regulations that, okay, what are the prescription drugs? What are the prescription drugs? And unless that drug is prescribed by a doctor, I think it's to a consumer. This is very important. Now, if you see the basket of Ayurveda, now in the basket of Ayurveda, the Ayurvedic raw materials, means the materials which are used in the preparation of the Ayurveda products, they are also called as Ayurveda. Right? Now in India, herbal product is no product. There is no regulated category of herbal product. If you see, there are only 4 kinds of drugs: either the pharmaceutical drugs, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani drugs, homeopathy drugs, and phytopharmaceutical drugs. There is no term as herbal item or herbal product or herbal medicine, right? But the products which are going out of India, now they are manufactured in India under the provisions of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, under the provisions of the Drugs and Cosmetic Rules, but they are going to different countries in different forms. Means the basket, no, they are going as food supplements, they are going as dietary supplements, they are going as functional foods. But if these are the foods, if these are then the indication cannot be mentioned on the label of the product. The therapeutic indications cannot be there on the label. Because the food supplements, they are not prescribed by the doctor. Must be a clear-cut distinction between the OTC products of Ayurveda or self-healthcare products, and secondly is the prescription products. Fortunately or unfortunately, what I consider that Ayurveda is a life care system. It is a life care knowledge system. It talks about, it elaborates about how to take care of the life. Now, in the life, whether it is healthcare or whether it's a medical care, but by and large, it is not a medical system. So the kind of products which we use in our system, Ayurveda products, I'm calling Ayurveda products, whether it is a food supplement, whether it is a dietary supplement, the so-called dietary supplement. But they are manufactured in India under the provisions of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. So by the legal definition, they are drugs. So if they are drugs, it means they have to be prescribed by the doctor. The patients cannot without.
Dr. Katosh, that's a very important point you are making. It's so important. Everybody take a note of it. He's very passionate in what he's talking. He's very experienced in what he's talking. And let's move on now because we have got, he mentioned about the herbal products as well. And who better than Ravi Banot over here, who is from this industry and from Ayurveda and yoga. Ravi, just be patient for one moment. I want to take a 1 minute comment from Professor Ish Sharma and a 1 minute comment from Rajan Patankarji. Then we move on to you, Ravi, and we'll keep on chit chat. Ish, your comment on what Dr. Katol
Sir, can I say one more point? Just 1 minute.
Let's go to Ish Sharma. Ish, your comment, please.
Yes, like turmeric. Now we say that, okay, turmeric. No, the turmeric is going in Ayurveda product, Ayurveda formulation, in the classical formulation like Haridrakan. Okay, this is Ayurvedic. Okay, the same turmeric is also going in proprietary Ayurveda medicines, right? Also going into curcumin for making curcumin. Curcumin is not Ayurveda. Curcumin is not Ayurveda. And the same turmeric is also going into the cosmetic formulations, cosmetics. And the same curcumin or turmeric is also going in the food products. So when it is going in the food product, then that product is not Ayurveda.
Yes, doctor.
Okay. So,
yes, doctor, your comment is very, very valid.
Clear distinction is required.
Thank you, doctor. Your comment is very valid. We'll bring this subject much bigger. And Ish, now your comment, please. 1 minute comment and 1 minute for
Yeah,
Rajan.
maybe I'll be very happy to have Dr. Katoch once more exclusively for this very sensitive topic.
Absolutely.
Very topic. How did he develop the policies? What does he advise us? Where can we take it from? So I'll be requesting you, Neil, for an exclusive expert talk by Dr. DC Katoch, and we'll be looking forward to that day. Thanks.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Ish. And you made a nice comment. Amrita has made a note of that, not just from his guidance, everything. I think we should also bring Dr. Katoch with Antonio. When we bring Naveen on, we bring yourself on, because I think our moment has taken up, and including Rajiv. So we'll do that, Ish. And of course, you are a Ayurveda producer here at Healing Our Art. Dr. Vaid Rajan Patankar, we have 1 minute comment and we move on to Ravi Banot, please.
Yes, Dr. Katoch has very well explained everything, but only one sentence. The OTC products nowadays, it's very dangerous because there are no indications or contraindications written on those tablets or on their formulation. Because Ayurveda is not a generalized medicine, it's personalized. So there is difference between the dosage as per the body constitution and as per the climatic conditions also. So that's why I want to add in these things. So thank you very much.
Good, valid point. And at this moment, I think it's time to thank Dr. Lal Goyal, who every week brings very eminent personalities, and it was he who suggested Dr. Katoch and Dr. Krishnamurthy should be here. So each one of the person we will involve in a top global panel is Rotarian Lal Goyal, although he is the charter founder president for the organ donation for Rotary. He has contacts not only in hospitals and profession that he brings every week at Healing Our Earth, right from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Indian time. So I think now we've got a good momentum in more than 30 countries. I think we should now have a proper online a conference where maybe Ish, you and Amrita can start planning, and then our senior people like Rajan Patankar, Dr. Katoch, Rotarian Lal Goyal, let's formulate a plan of action with Dr. Antonio say, you may think it is global, but it is not global among the Western world. Rotarian Lal Goyal, thank you very much. As usual, you bring in a very good panel. Global namaste to you.
Thank you. And
a global namaste to Dr. Katoch as well, and a global namaste to Dr. Rama Krishnamurthy, Dr. Katoch, Amrita.
Going to every nook and corner of the world, but the Ayurveda medicine has not globalized.
Yes, exactly. That's what Dr. Antonio was saying, that it is only the few Indians, because our population is very large. We are about we are 150 billion. But the Western world needs to be taught, and they need to take advantage of the Ayurveda, which was a system beyond 5,000 years. So we needn't go and even beg or anything. Let's just spread our word. It's beautiful. Ravi, thank you for being patient. Amrita, take over with Ravi and you and Ish, and let's have a chit chat with Ravi as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurti. Please stay around. It was a very vibrant talk, and we will definitely take it as one of the exclusive episodes. It's time to welcome uh, Mr. Ravi Bhanot and move to London. Very good afternoon to you, Professor E. Sharma. Let's welcome Mr. Ravi Bhanot. He is a nutritionist, he is a holistic healer, he deals with naturopathy, Ayurveda, and so many things. And he himself has a center of practice in his place. So, and he has written quite a lot of books. To slim down in 1 hour is also one of the very beautiful topics to talk about. So let's hear from Mr. Ravi Bhanot. Mr. Ravi Bhanot, for next 10-15 minutes, over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste, everyone. What a fantastic conversation we're having here. And it's true that Ayurveda is spreading. And what we have to do is try to make it easy enough for people to understand it. And I think the challenges we have in Great Britain has been that one of the rules have been that unless the herbs are known here for the last 30 years, it becomes very difficult to bring them over. That's first challenge. So we had Save Herbal Medicines, a campaign, and we managed at least to get the ones that we have got here allowed to be prescribed and allowed to be bought over the counter. The challenge we have with the argument that medication should be only prescribed, it may work in India, but here we, in terms of number of physicians, is very limited. So you would actually not be doing Ayurveda adjusted because a lot of people would not have resource to those herbs because there aren't those many Ayurvedic doctors, certainly in Great Britain. Also, if you think about it, as Mr. Krishnamurti just said, I believe it was him, who said like turmeric. That turmeric has been taken, wasn't that long ago, people say, oh no, show us proof, only then we believe turmeric works. Just like neem, just like tea tree oil. And now you find turmeric in coffee shops, used in all sorts of beverages. And there's also, of course, involved in terms of tablets and creams and gels, etc. And now it has been established. The word Ayurveda you do not see anywhere on the packaging. What you will see is a herbal supplement, because herbal supplement is something everyone understands. Ayurveda is something people are still understanding. In Great Britain, we've trained over about 6,000 therapists in Ayurveda. That's more from the beauty, masseurs, naturopaths, not Ayurvedic doctors, because the sheer number of therapists that are in this country are in the well-being or alternative health business rather than from the medical. So my focus is working with these people and seeing how we can help therapists help their clients using Ayurvedic principles and herbs. So my take may be slightly different. And my topic today is on slimming. Now, why it's slimming? Because we think if you just look at statistics, the sheer number of people who are obese in Great Britain, India, Western countries generally, around the world, I suppose we should really say, almost about 6 in 10 are overweight in this country. And in terms of obesity, again, it's pretty high. So what do we do about it? Because that is only the tip of the iceberg. When people start putting on weight, can't manage their weight, then there is a stress on the body, and you have all sorts of conditions, whether called diabetes, arthritis, stomach problems, as a direct result of obesity or being overweight. So what can we do about this? So we did a lot of research on it in this country with therapists and said, okay, what is it that you can do as professionals to help your clients? So having done a lot of research, being therapists, they obviously wanted treatments which can help instantly. And there are a lot of herbs that you can use which help in things like removing water, for example, and fluids from the skin. So you have wraps, for example, stomach wraps, you find wraps used in arms, turmeric wraps being used for pain in the joints for centuries. So that is something we've elaborated on, researched, and our treatments are used up and down in Great Britain with therapists who are using that as part of an overall package. And I think Ayurveda, as the word suggests, science of life, is using the natural concepts rather than saying take this drug or go on a high protein diet or some red days and some green days with what they're eating. They're fine if you can sustain them. But most people want to eat what they normally eat, willing to take some change, but not drastic. If you say go on low calorie diet and that is the answer, well then surely logically we shouldn't be in the problem we are now, right? Everyone will be eating low calorie food, obesity gone away, everything's sorted. But it hasn't, because a low calorie food is not your staple diet. So if that is not the answer, then what is? So they say to go forward, you have to look back. And this is where Ayurveda is so strong, because the history is not just from the last 10 or 20 years, it's from centuries. Our forefathers came up with ideas which worked. And that is why the Indian civilization is still here. We can't see the Roman or the Greek. Obviously, there are other factors involved as well. But we've done something right. So let's take on what our strengths are and see how we can elaborate on those to try to help the public at large. So when we say you want to either lose weight or you want weight management, what's it mean? So we did the survey amongst our therapists and we said, we had about 20, 25 therapists in a room. And we said, how many do you want to lose weight? And virtually everyone put their hand up. We said, okay, how much do you want to lose? And then there's a hush. Some said a little bit. Some said maybe 2 or 3 kg. Some said a lot. I said, what does a lot mean? What does little mean? 2 to 3 kg. Can it be 3 kg or is it 2 kg? So what the point we're making is you have to be specific in what you want. And that's the rule number 1. Principle in Ayurveda, we would say is 3 or 4 things you look at. Number 1, what is it that you want? So it's a mindset. Then obviously what you're eating, which we've been hearing this afternoon from all our experts, and of course exercises as well. And of course there are supplements that can help you achieve what you want. So first of all, I would say to all our panelists here and people who've joined us is, what is it that you or your client wants? So be more as specific as you can be, because that will help you get to where you want to. So for example, if you want to go from here to say Manchester or from here to say Mumbai, you have to think first in your head, right? I'm going to go to the airport, I'm going to sit my car, I'm going to take this road, I'm going to then take that road, and you figured it out first in your head, right? Same if you're going to India, you're Mumbai or China, wherever it may be, you have to think which airport you're going to go to, which flight, etc., etc. So first thing we've got to know is what we want. And Ayurveda says everything happens twice. First in the mind and then in reality. So first thing is you've got to know what you want. So when people say, I want to lose weight, fine, great, okay. Now how much? 2 kg. Great, that's the first thing. Now, why? If your why is big enough, the chances you're going to reach there. If you say, well, I'm not sure, I think my husband or wife says I should lose. Well, if that why is big enough, there's chances you reach there. Otherwise, what's going to happen is, as soon as something else takes over, some other distraction, you go on holiday, and then you're going to come back onto the same treatment, same plan, becomes difficult, right? So your why has to be great. So why? So if somebody says to you, you are somebody, why do you want to lose weight? And they say, I'm not sure. Perhaps you could help them by saying, why not? Why would you not want to lose weight? Or whatever condition it may be that they're suffering from. Because all of a sudden they'll now start thinking, just like we do, just ask yourself, why not? Why would you want to put on weight? Why would you want to be obese, which is going to affect your body, is going to then cause problems with respect to health, your health, and possibly the families. So that has got to be why it's got big enough. For some people, maybe they want to live to 89, they want to see their grandchildren, or they want to see their children grow up. Whatever it is, everyone has their own purpose. So that needs to be absolutely crystal clear. Then in terms of diet, we've been hearing people speak about different concepts all afternoon, about that there are 5 elements, there's 3 shares, and that if you eat this would help with this condition. Absolutely true. But what I would say is that if you are trying to lose weight, which of the 3, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, are you looking to rebalance, trying to reduce? What would you say? Just put your hand. If you put your hand up, whoever thinks it might be better. Anyone? Pitta? Kapha? Kapha. So that is that particular energy is that we're going to look at rebalancing. If you look at the typical Western approach, it is based on calories. Just take 2,000 calories a day, and that should be the trick of losing weight or weight management, right? Agreed? Is that the full story? If it was only a question of calories, then surely most people can balance their diet to get the calories, right? But it's not. Because what Ayurveda says is that you've got to not just look at what you're eating, but the effect of what you're eating on the body. What toxins are leaving behind, how easy is it to digest the food. So I'll give you an example. So if you say 100 say calories are derived from say portion of chicken and say portion of say pork, let's say for argument's sake, it also gives you 100 calories. Are they both the same? Eating one or the other, would that still bring the same result? Think about it. Would it? Why not? It's because calorie-wise, it may be the same, but the effect of the food is different. The toxins leave behind are different. It's more difficult to digest red meat, for example, compared to white meat. So calorie-wise may be the same. So this is something we've been researching, and we've come up with the phrase, the K value or the Kapha value, which is an arbitrary figure based on how easy to digest the food and in terms of the energy it gives you. And that is more accurate in the sense compared to calories alone, what you should look at. And if you want a diet sheet or plan of the food we have with the diet, with the numbers, please feel free to WhatsApp me or email me. I have put my number on the chat box. So you can be working on that, trying to keep within the certain number of K value points in a day. So that is the first difference between an Ayurvedic approach to the Western approach or the world approach, I would say, because whereas calories do have the advantage, it's scientific, it has a number purely based on energy gives you, and that gives an indication of whether good food is good for you or not. However, it's not the complete story. So that's very important. Number 3, it's exercise we're doing. A lot of people are just, oh, I can't, I've got arthritis, I can't go out, the weather's cold, right? I'm disabled, or I'm not able to walk around. It is something we can all do. Now, whether it is just sitting down, and we can show you 1 or 2 exercises, just sitting down, which are both breathing exercises as well as asanas. And this is something we have been doing, my wife and I, for the last 10 years now at our local center. And I'll ask one of the participants here, Kamlesh, who's on, who also comes to the classes, to give his input about how he manages his weight control and slimming. And that'll give you the indication how his journey. And everyone's journey is different. For some people, exercising in the gym on their own is great. For me personally, I need a personal trainer. I don't get motivated going to the gym on my own, do yoga regularly, but for the aerobic exercise as well as the weight management, weights, I have somebody who pushes me. And that is something which is, again, an Ayurvedic approach, which is we've always had gurus, whether it's a guru for health, whether it's a guru for your teaching of spiritualism, or whether it is in school, we've had a guru for geography, history, math, English, you got a degree level. Again, you have a guru, right or wrong? So I think one of the things that's missing in the health systems around the world is this guru. What do I mean by that? Say, for example, if you have, for example, alcohol problem in this country, the first treatment given is you go to an alcohol anonymous class, or similarly, if you're trying to lose weight, you go to a weight management class, which is that you go with where there's a lot of other people who are also trying to lose weight, or trying to stop smoking, or trying to stop alcohol overuse. Why? Because you're working together synergistically, helping each other achieve the goal they want to get to, because you're all on that same journey. So rather than wasting money on drugs, and I'm talking, of course, the other big topic is, of course, mental illness. Nowadays, there's pills for, if you're depressed, take this pill, take that pill. Do you think the body actually is craving for either paracetamol or for these antidepressants? Do you really? It's not, is it, right? What it's trying for is that there may be an issue internally. Could be something like loneliness, could be not knowing about life, maybe worrying about something, over worrying, and maybe just talking to somebody is a solution. So in this country, we started something called talking therapies, which is now on the NHS. And if it's not there in India, again, it's something that we could perhaps working towards, which is again the holistic approach, which is what we're talking about in Ayurveda. So they're the 4 concepts. And of course, there are supplements. Now, some people would say, why do you need supplements? If you eat well, you don't need. Yeah, okay, maybe for some people, that may be the case. But I would say, if you look at the research, particularly in Indians, if you're a vegetarian, the chances of B12 deficiency may be there. If you look at people who are diabetic, there are certain minerals that there may be a shortage of in the body, whether selenium, zinc, magnesium, potassium. It's hard to tell on a day-to-day basis what you may be missing. So what we recommend is well worth taking a supplement, because it'll just like an insurance.
Nice. That's very nice, Ravi. In fact, I like when I read your profile, at your place, you also offer Ayurveda massage. And what is your like take on learning, or for people, how can they give themselves a good massage? Because there are so many kinds of massage, among them Ayurveda massage, because as many of the guests and experts have been talking, Ayurveda is in a light of a spa in many places, and people practice Ayurveda massage. So what is your recommendation for the people? What kind of massages are good? Which oils do you recommend? What is the best time, and for how much time?
That's a really good question, because as we talk about holistically, one of the main problems we have is how do we remove toxins? So going to the gym is great. You exercise, you're losing toxins through sweat, which is the purpose of exercising. But the skin is the largest organ. So what else can we do through the skin to remove these toxins, or armor, as we call it? So the advantage and one difference between an Ayurvedic massage and say a Swedish massage or a Thai massage is that you're working on specific points called murmur points. So we found that the therapists in this country, and I'm talking about for massages alone, possibly around 1,500, 2,000, who we trained in Ayurvedic massages. We wrote a book called How to Do Ayurvedic Massages Head to Toe, produced DVDs so that people could learn and practice, not necessarily having to do diploma in Ayurvedic massage, which is something we teach through our college, the Ayurveda Institute of Europe. But they can do it themselves anyway because they've already got diplomas in massage through their colleges when they were training to be therapists. So what's the difference? Three things. Number one, you're working on specific points we call murmur points, and people wonder where these points are. So there's a simple chart. Work on certain points. That's number one. And the great thing with in Ayurvedic massages, it is so logical. Where in a Swedish massage you might just do more of a rub, in Ayurveda, where a joint meets a muscle or a tendon is a murmur point. And you find when you press hard, it hurts. And if it's hurting there, what you do is you massage clockwise. Unless it's really hurting a lot, then anti-clockwise. So massaging that point clockwise, deeply. Do that very simply when you're watching TV, when you're just sitting, something you can very easily do. Whether it's on the feet, legs, arms, that you can do. So the answer to your question, how often, if you're going to a spa place then and getting a professional massage done, we recommend once a month. Some people do less, some do more. That depends on the individual and things like costing, etc. But it is something you can do very easily. So you get online, you can find murmur points, which are specific, or if you want, WhatsApp me and send you a picture from our book, and you can see these are points you'll be working on.
Ravi, you gave very good tips about weight loss in an easier way without stress. What you are saying is go and attempt it and you will be able to succeed. You also talk about supplements and particularly B12, which is very akin to South Asian community. But you ended up talking about massage. And you know, our next session is, we are going to move on to North Atlantic. Before we move on to them, Dhanada has found GYAN, who actually is a licensed massage therapist, and she's also a certified medical massage practitioner. So how beautiful that we will even ask her before we move into her session, both Dhanada, Ish Sharma, and GYAN, what do they think about massage and Ayurveda and integrated health? So Ravi, let's go to North Atlantic at the moment. We've got Mauritius, Ish Sharma, we've got India, Amrita Sharma, we've got now traveled to USA where it's morning at the moment. A very good morning to you, Vedacharya Dhanada Kulkarni and Jill Wright, who runs a wellness center over there. Hello and a global namaste to both of you.
Global namaste, Neil.
Global namaste to both of you.
And Dhanada, before you introduce Jill, how nice that Ravi actually also mini demonstrated and mentioned the use of massage as well. First, a comment on what Ravi mentioned about the massage from you and Jill and into Mauritius, Professor Ish Sharma. Then we move on to the USA section. So Dhanada, your choice. Ravi mentioned and showed simple exercise of massage. Do you use massage in your life?
We do it on a very regular basis. You know, in the heritage of India starts from touch. The touch is where all emotional stability comes. And definitely, Raviji, it's really very huge topic. People in United States in integrative medicine are lacking that touch that is needed. Many of the people says that if you are not touched the way the massage therapy in our massage therapy, Gillian will also agree with me that if the person is not touched in a holistic or a wellness way, the way the massages are being done, there are a lot of intramuscular and trigger points that they develop, which can contribute towards their bigger health components or chronic issues like fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue syndrome. And that's where we have seen massage can really break down that. Not only that, we have a whole new system in United States and outside India. As you know, we have a lot of people that they are licensed massage therapists. So I will go ahead to Jillian. Before I introduce to Jillian, she is a avid massage therapist, medical massage therapist background. A comment from Jillian, please.
Yes, Jillian, over to you and your comment and add on just for a minute or so with what Ravi ended up saying about the massage. Over to you, Jillian.
Hi, so grateful to be here, and thank you, Dr. Danara, for inviting me to be here. Yeah, before we even get into, any herbal medicine or medicine at all, I mean, get down to the basics. All you need to do is touch your patient. If you can't touch your patient and understand how their mind is working in their body, how will you heal them? And through medical massage, and as an acupuncture student and an Army medic here in the United States, I've noticed that the best thing you can do for your patients is just massage therapy. It's the simplest, basic thing you can do. Yeah.
So that's beautiful. Look, we are all recommending massage here. Ish, you and Amrita, maybe we can, we've expanded 3 sessions we want to bring in a conference. Maybe we can integrate herbal massage, Ayurveda knowledge in massage, and actually contemporary and in a mainstream massage where people like Jillian can come in because she sways both to the holistic way. Ganada mentioned that the touch is very important. Sometimes when a heart surgeon just touches you, half of your heart ailments are gone. It's like your mother, when she strokes the hand over your head, you start healing because the power and the aura is so much over there. And Ravi mentioned in a gentle way how he feels. Danada also concurs with that. Is your thoughts about massage and Ayurveda? Does Ayurveda believe in massage?
Yes, Ayurveda very much believes in massage. There are like so many types of massages. These can be with oil, without oil, like hot, or it could be room temperature. It can be with leaves or rice bolus and salt bolus and whatnot. One thing I would like to highlight, every Ayurveda massage will not be requiring oil. If you have got an AMA condition, like for example, you have got rheumatoid arthritis, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, or any kind of like of course autoimmunity, which is more like AMA, then the massage has to be dry massage. It can be like a salt bolus massage with 0 oil. It can be sand bolus massage, because there is so much of kapha which should not be promoted, which should not be enhanced with oil, because oil has got kapha-like properties. A lot of oil will be required when you have got the commonest problem of osteoarthritis, which is a pure vata problem. That will be the time when you require oil-laden massage with a lot of oil. But if you apply a lot of oil in rheumatoid arthritis, then it might not be of great help. Neil.
Ish, what a wonderful, you've actually zoomed on over there. Ish, I want you to say hello to Ravi Banot, who you already know. He's a senior host at Healing Our Earth as well with Sushma. He's an MBE. He's also a personal friend of mine. What will be very important, Ish, when we discuss about how we want to integrate with Dr. Katoj, Antonio, and yourself, and Shantalala, and other people from the ministries and Ayush and everything, Ravi will also play an instrumental part because he takes political touch into Ayurveda, yoga, and herbal matters, and also social part. So Ravi, say hello to Professor Ish Sharma, who is from the Ayush Ministry of India in Mauritius.
Last year. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes. So it is building up. Ravi, you just started with something which is now building up something which is beautiful. Earlier, Ravi, you were not there, but there were quite eminent people who were here, and we all decided that maybe now, so by this year, plan for next year in a correct direction where all different fraternities and experts who are running in their own grounds come and combine and find a simple format through education and politics and media, and we find a concerted matter. Within 7 years, we can penetrate Ayurveda into Western society and mainstream. So Ravi, we need your support there as well. Dhanada is already running Veda Melas, which she wants to bring out over the next 7 years in different countries. So it's a perfect time. So Ravi, let's have a closing statement from you for a minute or so, and we move to North Atlantic.
I think it's very important that we do try to incorporate the principles of Ayurveda in and not just in the NHS in this country, but in medical systems around the world, because it adds so much more than what is being given now. So so glad to hear that GYAN and our lady from America, of course, Dr. Dhanada. You're doing your bit, you see, in that country, and Ish is doing in his country, and I'm sure everyone's doing in theirs. It's how do we bring it together? So if we have a concerted effort of a plan of action that we can then take it forward to the right authorities, I think that will have more power when we can use research from different places to present our case.
Yes, Ravi, and earlier when we were not here, MP Bob Blackman was here when he was in Parliament as a governor. You know, now the government has changed in the United Kingdom. He actually came and did announce that Ayurveda is the next thing, like yoga and meditation that we want to bring in. Of course, with the new government, we'll have to wait for 90 days how they will take it in. But Ravi, we can maybe unite. Now is the right time if we start uniting, and then maybe collate everybody and see how we go about it. So Ravi, thank you very much for coming. You are, of course, a senior resident host at Healing Our Earth as well. And Amrita will be in touch with you. Maybe we bring in massage and therapeutic side of massage and weight loss, etc. with Professor Sharma, yourself, Rajiv, Dhanada, and Jillian, etc. It can be an episode on its own, Ravi. Thank you very much.
I think Meenakshi has a question and she's had her hand up for a bit of time. Perhaps we should.
Yeah, she has not got video on, so we can't highlight her, but maybe Meenakshi, you can if you go volume, speak on.
I just want to acknowledge Sriniji is also here as our panelist for next topic. So welcome Sriniji on Healing Our platform. Yeah.
Okay,
Say
so
hi to everyone.
Amrita, time to move on. Take it over between you and Ish, and let's introduce Dhanada, who is part of Healing Our Earth and lead at Veda Mela as well. Ravi, thank you very much. Stay around because you'll get more ideas what is being planned over here. And we welcome Srini as well. So Amrita, take it away. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Raviji, for such a wonderful talk as well as giving us a light on various aspects of holistic side of Ayurveda. It has been a very interesting talk where we are heading from one of the sides of policies and globalization to massages and moving ahead to a different continent. Let's welcome Dr. Dhanada. Dr. Dhanada, a very good morning to you.
Very good morning. Actually getting afternoon, 12 at our
now
place.
Afternoon. Yes. And by the time you joined and you moved to a very good afternoon to you. Well, and all the guests, Jillian and Srini, a very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth family. Professor Sharma, let's welcome them. And then we hand over to Dr. Dhanada. Over to you, Professor Sharma.
Global namaste to all.
Global namaste and welcome the team USA. And Dr. Dhanada will be leading us through wonderful talks. So maybe over to you, Dr. Dhanada, and we are there with you just to enjoy your wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a beautiful guest aligned here. Before that, I will deep dive myself into our topic. It says, Dharmartha Kama Moksham Arogyam Moolamuttam. Arogyam Moolamuttanam Jeshtam Tasmat Sarvartha Sadhanam. Charaka Shushrutstan, Adhyay 5th. health is a supreme foundation of attainment of dharma, artha, kama, moksha. For Jillian, dharma is righteousness, artha is wealth. For kama is your desires, the moksha is your liberation. Whatever you are having the purpose in enlightening and maintaining that health would be your foremost duty to facilitate all the achievements of your life's objectives, why you are born on the earth, what's your dharma. And I have recently given a talk where Sriniji were also present there, that this shloka of Sharaka highlights a comprehensive, individualized, preventive nature of Ayurvedic medicine, which you will agree, Ishti, that it underscoring the relevance of the modern integrative healthcare approach. You know, in today's world, I have been listening Dr. Katoj and Dr. Kulkarni, other came, and Dr. Bhargav and Rajan Patankarji, and the great debate on how we want to format coursework, accreditation, the herbal things on a global perspective. And that's exactly the topic that we need to discuss today, which is a pain and pride together. You know, it is a pride that we have this tradition, but then it's a pain in how to fit in technology, how to fit into some of these relevant approaches of Ayurvedic principles into today's world. And I feel our panel discussion today with Srini ji and Jillian, they are the best people coming from different dynamisms of the modern technology and going into the integrative medicine. So let me say that our topic is basically harmonizing traditions and technology, the role of integrative Ayurvedic type medicines in future. So all of our global healing our earth family, we always strive for that immense potential of the future global healthcare, harmonizing our traditions. And into the modern perspective, the wisdom of Ayurveda is very comprehensive, which, as I am also a doctorate candidate for acupuncture, realize that there are a lot of these traditions and these cultural and the medicine that we are bringing encompasses this balance of body, mind, and spirit, not only in Ayurveda, but the much more comprehensive indigenous and other related sciences. So the key points I would like to say, we practices in Western medicine, that is a functional medicine, which focuses on addressing root causes of disease. Like this is a new term. If you want to really say, I practice Ayurveda medicine in Western countries, you should be introducing them. It's emphasizing patient-centered care, which is a functional medicine. The second point is mind-body medicine, like meditation, yoga, mindfulness practices, which recommends to manage stress, anxiety, chronic pains. We just talk about the chronic diseases. Nutritional therapy is a very strong emphasis and practiced in United States as well as all other globally. The dietary guidelines of Ayurveda, I remember somebody was telling Ahar Vidhi Visheshayatan about, and it's really very comprehensive. Herbal medicine, it's not just India brings the herbal wealth. There is a lot of Western practitioners that bring the herbal remedies from their own cultural alongside with the conventional therapies, and which has very effective synthetic drug combination research. And that compound therapies has been practiced here globally as well. So we could say among the global fraction, Ayurveda could be the just 20% of the herbs practiced outside India. But the global herbal medicine is much more impactful in compound medicine, and you will find acknowledging different health stores that they acknowledge in outside countries as it's a compounding pharmacy. Sriniji must have known because he travels in Bay Area quite often, and there they have more compound prescription, drugs and synthetic drug combination. And lastly, of course, TCM, which is acupuncture, also called as a traditional Chinese medicine, frequently integrate the pain management for the chronic diseases, which many Western healthcares are now adapting. And we might, as Jillian know, we might win the patent of getting the Medicare, Medicaid on our side, which is the elderly people's pain management, global insurance on our side. And if we do that, we are looking into the bigger tapping industry of future medicine in harmonizing this traditional healthcare. So now it's time for me to introduce my first case, because I know Sriniji, thank you. And I know you also have to go. You really accepted the invitation within a small time frame. But Sriniji, please go ahead and also introduce yourself. I would like to little bit tell about the Sriniji is a CEO for Booma.dev, which is a low-code venture startup, and with the offices in US, Costa Rica, India, and more development must have happened since last Vedamela, Sriniji, because I have your bio from there. And and previously, he been a VP with the designs innovations in Apple, and 25 years building several successful startups. With that as an iconic, his introduction, he is a very passionate yoga teacher, and he runs across the global USA different yoga shows, and his yoga shows are incredible, and he could tell more. We have videos. Last hour Veda Mela, he had a crew come over and did a wonderful. He has won many yoga championships, and he's also the founder of the 10 Youth Excellence Center. He has a very good heart and future passion for the youth people, and I'm so glad to be connected with Sriniji. Welcome.
Thank you, Dhanadaji, and thank you for this esteemed, wonderful group of people. It's super refreshing listening to you. And I always say, listening to Dhanadaji talk about me, that actually shows more like a vision, what I should aspire to, rather than who I am. It's more like a blessing, what I could potentially become. So thank you, Dhanadaji, and thank you, everybody. As Dhanadaji said, I'm the founder and CEO of a VC-based, VC-funded tech startup called Booma, where we allow people to build software without having to write code. So it's about how do we democratize the power of building software to even people that do not have any capability of computer science skills. So that's our mission. And we are funded by some of the top tier investors like AI Fund, Andrew Ng, and NeoTribe, and a couple of other folks. And previously, I was running products and design for one of the divisions in Apple. And before that, I've been very, very fortunate to be part of building several successful startups here in the United States. My yoga journey started roughly about 15 years ago. As always, every opportunity comes from a challenging situation. So I hurt my back, and there were times where I was running around the hospitals where I was supposed to get a back surgery, and then I've had severe health issues. And that's when I was running around the hospitals, and I figured out there had to be a better answer. There had to be a better answer. And then that led me to the exploration of yoga and spirituality. And the more that I dove deeper into it, the more this unbounded wealth of wisdom. And one aspect of this is, since 2009, probably there hasn't been any single day where I had not at least practiced for 60 to 90 minutes. That includes all my travel, even on the planes, I would do that. From that position of not having any mobility to, in 2017, I participated in USA Yoga 2017 Men's Yoga Championship. But beyond the physical expression, beyond the health, what really attracted to me is the mindset or the philosophy behind some of our, the foundational Sanatana Dharma. I'm very, very fascinated with Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Advaita philosophy, and particularly how it actually allows one to cultivate that infinite, the God realization within. So what we do at the nonprofit, based on my experiential reality and based on my resonance and the conviction of this Eastern wisdom or Sanatana Dharma, Yoga, Ayurveda, and holistic living, not only the holistic living, but also the growth mindset. We started a nonprofit called the 10YEC Youth Excellence Center, where our focus is to help cultivate entrepreneurial and healthy or excellence mindset using some of the yogic powers. In particular, we focus on the three big superpowers of yoga. One is samyama, and the other two are yama and niyamas. The samyama is very fascinating to me. Being an entrepreneur, I truly believe that entrepreneurs are the change agents in the world. They are the quarterbacks to designing excellence in the world, both within and all around. So, coming from the startups, today, if you look at the world, who are shaping up the world? If you look at AI or the future of medicine or future of the technology and the social media, most of it is being powered by the technologists. And I'm connected to that. But the only thing is these technologies, without having the proper foundation of the holistic living, they are creating a lot of inefficiencies in the world, like inequalities and the health and inefficiencies. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to cultivate that entrepreneurial mindset. The samyama is the harnessing the power of the mind with the three powers, which is dharana, dhyana, samadhi, and then rooted in the right values, yama and niyam. Yama is how do you conduct towards others. Niyama is how you conduct towards yourself, which is Saucha, Santosha, Tapasvatya, Ishwar Pranidhana, along with keeping your body and the mindset. So this is something that we are doing a lot of programs in India in government schools and United States. And I also have a secondary purpose or the objective. Particularly, I have two daughters. My older one is pursuing medicine at Columbia, one of the top tier medical schools here. She's a very gifted kid, but very much only focused on the Western medicine. And she's pursuing some new frontiers. In fact, there is a book that she's writing with some of the deans that's about the next generation health. And then my younger daughter finished college this year. The interesting thing is, even though they've been exposed to some of our foundation, the Sanatana Dharma, but because it's not being part of the mainstream, it's not what is taught in schools or in our way of life, they do not see the real essence of it. For them, the Hinduism or the Sanatana Dharma is very much kind of confined to the ritualistic practice. They don't have exposure or the awareness to the deeper science and which is like thousands of years, which actually is very well integrated into the holistic way of living. So I believe that if you do not make this as mainstream into our schools, into our workplaces, into our communities, we run the risk of alienating our second generation Indians, second generation and the subsequent generations of youth to be totally disconnected from their own roots. And then also that means is that, we basically are kind of alienated from the holistic way of living. So that's why I'm very, very passionate about this. If you watch some of my keynotes at Apple or other things, I always start with, the philosophy of yoga and even my professional community and joining forces with all of you. I'm looking forward to playing my small little role in contributing to your causes.
So you are a perfect example of combining the tradition and technologies right now, as you come from technology background and going towards understanding holistic medicine, which values the fitting of common people what they want. How you have observed that people respond to it in US and other countries that you travel? I know you travel many small islands plus the global things. How do you feel that they respond and how they're fitting? And if you are conducting those programs, what are the things that you feel which is most needed for us to do at this hour, that we should be, how we should be approaching that? And this is a very good conversation because the folks that back in India or the other people, they look Ayurveda or yoga in a very different style than what we see here. You know, they feel that it has the authenticity, that turning power of Sanskrit to be practiced, and understanding the way we do the yoga has to practiced in other countries. But we see there's a lot of customization. People cannot adapt, especially the work that you do with the youth people. And we have seen it many times, right? So the youth are not able to accept as is all these sciences. So what should we, like, how do you bridging these? How do you working? And I know this is a great, conversation that we could really treasure in.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic question. Like, in fact, without sounding, belittling some environments or not, when I travel around the world, there is growing amount of appreciation and the value of this, and people wanting to take to the practice of holistic medicine, explore Ayurveda and other things in the United States and the Western countries. And sometimes I get the sense that in India, at least the places that I travel, there is a sense of entitlement, but there is an attraction for them to kind of go do the other way. I'll give you an example. So one of my colleagues, who is a general manager at VMware, her name is Purnima Padmanabhan. And when I was talking to her about my own journey, and she was like, apparently she recently spent some time when her dad in India was going through something. She spent some time at the Jindal Care in Bangalore. She was so fascinated with it. And when I basically talked about the journey that I'm doing, including my ranch, and she's like, Srini, let's partner together to actually go create something like in the Bay Area. Right? That's number one. And number two, one of the VCs that we both built a company, and one of my investors, his name is Kitu Koluri. He is like, following all kinds of diets, including, making turmeric as part of his regular, thing, and ginger and, thing. And also he teaches me all these things about the benefits of fasting and, some of the kriyas and so on and so forth, right? The interesting thing is all of these are right now at individual exploratory level. There are no systemic programs. Like, just like in the Western medicine, everything there is a prescribed playbooks, that you can do. All of us are on that exploration mode, and particularly people that are being very, very successful, who are on the journey. People are at some point, like myself, at some point we hit the system breaking apart. Because the system, as much as resiliency that you have, but if you don't properly take care of it, the nature is going to give you signals. The system is going to fall apart.
I
right?
agree.
So when the system is falling apart, whether it is within your own self, within your surroundings, then being the seekers and the entrepreneurs, people are looking. And where you look is where you're going to follow, right? But some of the people, like people like the first generation, people who have gone there, because we had that awareness from our foundation, so on and so forth, we are looking in the places and we are doing experimentations and we are getting some positive results, but it's only being done in an ad hoc and viral way, ad hoc way.
Yes, thank you, Sriniji. Yeah,
Right?
because
But for the youth, because there is no awareness, they don't even look there.
yeah, I agree with you. Thank you for sharing that common man perspective versus how you are dealing with. Stay with us for further discussion. And I would like to go ahead with the Jillian. Thank you so much. As Sriniji had to go earlier, he's been doing other things. I thought I will, get him a little bit ahead of you. But thank you, Jillian, for staying back. And yeah, go ahead. Neil, you were saying something?
Yeah, Dhanada, thank you very much for bringing Srini. Srini, you're going to play a very important part both at Healing Our Earth and Veda Mela and other aspects which Dhanada will be letting you know more about. So stay around. We just want to welcome in Hungary Dr. Rakesh Rope just for a moment. And Rakesh, be patient because we need to go to Jillian in USA. Let us know a bit more about it. So stay around, Rakesh. You will be involved over here. Amrita, Jillian, and Dhanada, take it away. And Sharon, Global Namaste, our regular producer at Healing Our Earth for the last hour. who has joined us here. I love the hat, Sharon. Bring on the spiritual vibes. Sharon, stay around because you will love what Jillian has to say.
Yes, Sharon, you look beautiful as always. Okay. Jillian is a versatile health and wellness expert, very passionate about healing veterans. She comes from a military background. And when I first saw her, I did not believe, Jillian, you were from the military background. But last over 5 weeks, I have been with the Jillian. She has helped me to really clear my perspective how people go to the military. And more, I will tell about Jillian that she has a bachelor's degree in biology from University of Pittsburgh. She has presented many published papers on antibacterial properties of wildflower honey. She is also pursuing doctoral degree with me in the ACOM, which is Acupuncture University in Houston. She is a medic right now working in veterans in Houston, right, Jillian? And I will let you talk more about it, but mostly share your experiences in the veterans, because you have a passion of that, and we definitely want to know how we could fit these holistic and integrative sciences. Many projects we are doing together, and we will be doing together, as we will announce that later. But this is a platform that our family takes it to the global version. And that's why we want to introduce you to our HOE family. Go ahead, Jillian, please.
Yes, I'm so happy to be here, and forgive me if my audio is terrible. We have a really big storm in Houston, so please bear with me. Yes, so I come from a really long line of veterans. My dad was in the military, his father was in the military, and so on, so on. So basically, I always wanted to be a doctor. And after enlisting in the military, I had, like most people who find alternative health, I learned that, Western medicine isn't always the best answer for everyone. And then I developed a major passion for holistic wellness. And it occurred to me that all medicine comes from the battlefield. If you are going through war, that is where we test our medicine. So what better way to infiltrate Western medicine than through the military? So my goal recently.
Let me just mention to our audience, Jillian has accomplished all of this by only having years of 26 years. She's only 26-year-old.
I probably have many lifetimes here. Yes, so I believe that the best way to bring our holistic alternative healthcare into the mainstream world is through the military. If the military is doing it, that's where all the cutting edge technology is coming from. If we can bring it in through the military, then everyone else will follow suit. So my experience as a medic in the Army Reserve here in the US, I see a major potential for anything, even just massage therapy. If we had our veterans being treated earlier instead of after their service, we would have a lot of healthy people. And I'm sure many of you study generational trauma as well. A lot of our family members have been in the military, be it from the United States or not. So the military is like deeply ingrained in all of our histories. So yes, please give me more questions.
There are a lot of questions for you. So tell that how this holistic medicine, that you have many plans, that I know you already started teaching massage component to military people. You already started doing, as a medic there, you are introducing them to the acupuncture and massage, and you are creating a new coursework with them. How do you integrate this as to them? How do they, take that? Because I know many VA hospitals here are specialized in Western and conventional medicine. They have a lot of, government has a lot of funding to do so. But what do you think we should plan to take Ayurveda or kind of sciences like TCM and medical massages? What could be more done? I mean, you are already doing some of the courses there. You're already teaching and practicing there. So how did that round went? The globally people would like to know how youth people also, the younger generation also should see this as a future medicine, right?
Well, everything comes down to education. Where are people listening? And a lot of the people previously in this discussion were talking about good communication. I mean, the best doctors are the ones that actively listen. And if you can touch your patient, that's like the ultimate form of actively listening, right? But the young people nowadays are all on the internet. And so if you're not on the internet now, if you're not on social media, YouTube, that's where people are learning information now. So my goal is to educate people through YouTube. So if you're interested, it's all about networking. So if you're interested in spreading your message on my YouTube, please reach out to me. You can reach out to me through my website, wellnessbyright.com. And then the other part is if you're in the United States or if you have a good relationship with your Veterans Affairs, just reach out to them. They actually already have all of this stuff is already being implemented. You know, hats off to whoever started that. They have something called Whole Health in the United States, VA. So, and they're always looking for people to help educate. Just reach out, start teaching free classes to veterans. And then the more information we reach out to the people and we show how beneficial these treatments are, I think the Western world will start to wake up.
Yes, definitely. In Ayurvedic medicine, the first father of medicine, whose name was Charak, like in TCM for you is Hondilegin. I always teach you on that. So this is Nityam Yastu Samikshet Akaryam Sweshu Karmasu Sadharmartham Cha Karmascha Swastho Shrute Sada. The people that they look the adaptability and relevance of Ayurvedic yoga and technology or medicinal sciences, who are the people that will come to you and align in the future. And that has been written in Charaka. He says one who constantly evaluates their actions. It's like a man is an action of their habits. What time you get up, what time you eat what, how you take your medicines. That ensures that they are aligned with their health or not. That's the first thing. Nityam is like constantly, every day. You are brushing your teeth, you're doing good activities, you are good positive thoughts. Well-being is always attained through the righteousness, wealth, desires, and then the remaining is health throughout. So with this, I know that there is so much and future many topics on Ayurveda. We will be doing a lot of preventive and personalized Ayurvedic medicine is. But in conclusion, I would say for us today that the harmonization of Ayurveda and the integrative sciences globally with the modern technology will represent a paradigm shift in a way that we approach health and wellness in a value of wisdom of ancient traditions, and leveraging the advancements of contemporary science will pave the brighter way for a healthier future. And with this, I would like to, go ahead with the Amrita. Please plug in to next speakers. And if you have any questions for our panelists for this topic, we are here.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanada. This is so nice. In fact, a very different perspective from what has been in line, but then the principles that Ayurveda talks about and all the things in connection with the basics, and how from that time of previous times of what those people wrote is aligned in today's time, and how, and I think Jillian has been very right that the kind of systems that will be adapted by veterans will definitely be followed. And very recently India has come up with this initiative where the veterans are being provided with traditional medicines therapies, and Ayurveda clinic especially has been opened very recently to give them an alternative system of medicine and a complementary system of medicine that will enhance building up understanding about life, because it talks all about life. It talks about its own way of living, and that is beyond any profession. And therefore, any individual whosoever is just a human being needs all these things. And what you have been talking about, Dr. Dhanada, is very right. That talks about dharma, artha, kam, moksha, which talks that starts from righteousness, and the righteousness comes from your morals and ethics. And your morals and ethics comes from your family values, your human values that are inculcated from your lifestyle. And that lifestyle tips come from our traditional knowledge that we all have gained from our homes, from our grounds, from our homelands, where we have been born and brought up. And that makes up the whole sense of understanding. Even if we see the global scenario of talking about the burden of diseases in every country, it's pretty different and very different in diseases form as well. This is just based upon the kind of culture and the lifestyle people are spending and the kind of conditions which...
Amrita ji, Srini ji wants to just add something that
Yeah, definitely,
Shri.
Yes, Srini. It's really wonderful to meet you. In fact, starting up from the tech side, coming up, and Ayurveda, and in fact, the systems of holistic health needs a lot more hands like you. So you're doing a marvelous job. A very, very big congratulations from my side, from our founder and director Neil Kumar, and from whole family of Healing Our Earth to put into that effort. And let us know where we can join our hands. Over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. One couple of insights that I would want to share. The thing is, there is a lot of investment going into these things. Like, and I'll give you one example. Noom, which is more of a healthy lifestyle. How do you manage to deal with obesity, as an example? It's funded by Greylock, one of the top tier investors. They're already a $10 billion company. It's a mobile app that basically designs, gamification of, encouraging people to do the right healthy habits. So my vision for Ayurveda and yoga is to create these experiences so that I know, like from Sequoia to everybody, they are investing a lot in these things. And similarly, one of my investments, it's actually Yogify. I'm part of the advisory board. And they are now being sought after by Apple. And Apple, when I was there, Apple is investing a lot in bringing this ancient technology into their products and using their things. And in fact, very recently, the whole Ministry of Ayush actually requested Yogify. They basically gave those AI-based yoga mats to every minister.
Last year, our Veda Mela had showcased them here, and we had thousands of people, that did contribute towards the Yogify mat. If you remember, Sriniji.
Yes. In fact, we invited them. So
is there anything special in that mat?
That is basically completely AI-based yoga mat, and then it has all the sensors. Like when somebody sits on top of it, basically measures, how well the alignment is. It also measures your breath. It also integrates with all the other sensories.
Yes.
And then it's like your personal assistant. So the future is, how do we design these, our science as personal, assistant through mobile apps, through social media, so that, and then in a way that's gamification. Like, the other example that I'll tell you, another $10 billion company, Apple, used to require all of us to use every October. All it does is basically it's a meditation app, 10% happier. So the thing here is, for us, we have to we have to learn from the Western practices of how to build profitable businesses and take our proven age-old science.
Very well said.
That way, because that is the only way. We are not doing
We
here
can
to
go forward.
We are spreading the overall excellence.
Absolutely. Yes.
So if you
Absolutely.
have anybody
Totally.
ideas, I can actually contribute my thing. We have a lot of investors. I can put some money, but we have these playbooks, and we just have to bring all these sciences into this the traditional ways of building, like a startup, and then use the same go-to-market.
Yeah.
Let's use the
Next
technology.
time we will have Yogify's founder. I forgot his name.
Murli.
Murliji. We will call Murliji also in one of the panel discussion. But it is a yoga mat that you can, Amrita, the yoga mat is app oriented. So what you do is, if you stand on yoga mat, it gives you analysis of your tridoshas, and then it will give you the asanas list. And then it will show you the asanas on your, they also developed a ring, I guess. Now Yeah, they have a yoga ring and they develop you wear the yoga ring and then they analyze you as your prakriti. Okay, and then once you are analyzed, then I guess that is the prakriti factor is he's still working on it. But
No, now they launched it. Now they
launched it. Yeah. So we were
Dr.
working.
Dhanada, for the Prakriti factor, they are taking up the parameters from some particular standardized zone or just from the random books
No,
of
there's a
10
lot of
questionnaires?
study involved. There's a lot of study. I'll explain that. But if you stand on that mat today, it analyzes you as your prakriti, and then that prescribes you basically
at that moment.
At that moment, you are
moment.
just standing there. You're just standing there, and then it gives you a scan. It gives you all the asanas, and then it shows you how to do the virasana, how to do padmasana, how to do the mayurasana, and then it shows also Sriniji can add it. It shows also a very analysis like how perfectly you have done. You are at the basic level. You are at the intermediate level. I only had a couple of minutes in my Veda Mela to explore the Yogify mat and
very interesting. In fact,
Sriniji.
And there are more technologies like they are now reading the face, they are connecting you to the pulse, and then they are actually doing all these things. And I'll tell you this funny. One time I travel a lot. One time I was at LA airport. There was a pop rock star. He came by. I was wearing a Yogify shirt, and then he immediately came and greeted me. And he basically is like, "I'm also using this Yogify."
Oh, great!
Okay,
wonderful.
See,
So Sriniji is involved in so many other such projects. I know we do not have much time on that, but it's very interesting fact how we are building in outside India and we are cultivating Ayurveda and yoga in future medicine. And this is a real future medicine that we are contributing towards the healthcare. And what is the first Ayurveda says? Swasthasya swastha rakshanam. Isn't it? Ayurveda says that you should prevent what you have first. You do not really waste that. So we are trying to prevent, and there's a huge number of awareness and a huge number of work and projects going on in the preventive healthcare and Rakshanam, the Swa part, coming to the Swa part when who said that today? I don't remember, but he said Swastha, which means coming to Swa, which is self. Swa means in Ayurveda is a self. Okay, you coming back to yourself is actually the health. And what beautiful thought that would be.
That's what Yoga Sutra said. Tada drashtu swarupe. Swarupe is, avasthanam.
Your own.
I will actually end with one thing. I was about 3 years ago, I was invited to be a keynote speaker at a medical convention in Frisco. Back then, I was the vice president at Apple. Some of the greatest words from Tim Cook, the Apple CEO. What they are basically saying is some of the Apple's greatest contribution to the society is going to come in healthcare. Apple is investing a lot. If you look at their watches to devices, they're actually bringing in every aspect of it. And Amazon. And the reason why this is important, American economy and the rest of the Western economy is crippled by the mounting healthcare costs. Right now, I think 1/3 of the GDP is spent on healthcare. The current system of Western medicine and this stuff is not going to break it. This is going to bankrupt the whole thing. So that's the reason why this technology comes. It's a massive opportunity. This is the time for Ayurveda to get into the mainstream. So we have to embrace the technology. We have to form the right technological partnerships. We have to bring all the entrepreneurship and the community. We have to give them the data so that everybody can see how they could be. They're already being done. We just have to participate in this thing with all our
Srini, thank you very much. You hit the knot on the nail. You mentioned the education side, you mentioned the social media, and then you also came into funding. So you were almost like a 360 degrees. Let us show people what you practice. While you guys were talking, maybe you missed out. I was actually showing your YouTube channel, which is over here. Quite exciting. So for those people who are watching, the 10YEC, so Youth Excellence Center, and Srini actually mentioned various other methods, and he has demonstrated by using the social media over here. Let's go and build it up with more subscribers, and we help him out. We also showed Jillian's website, which again showed, and they take insurance as well. So, you can visit Jillian's website. It's all recorded here on Healing Our Earth. This becomes a recorded link. So let's go and visit it. Srini, what we do, We will have a Zoom session. Earlier, when you were not here, we had the senior government ministers from India at a ministerial level. We had Ayush people from here. We all agreed that together, if we can combine our effort through healing our earth in different countries, let us find a conduit that we can go via education through the youths and youngsters in a systematic way, and we penetrate the knowledge of yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, herbalife, so everything to do with Ayush, and how wonderful it will be to have a diverse people. Dhanada was very keen because we had a chat when we were talking about Veda Mela, about sponsorship. You were there, Srini. So you will play a very important part, not just demonstrating your knowledge and technology, but also saying, okay, fine, put in some funding and I will bring some funding, and funding is very required. So Srini, you're going to play a very important part in what we want to develop this year for next year. So it will be very useful, and we want to carry on this conversation. Jillian, you have done an excellent job as well. Your website is good. Let's bring in more subscribers. Jillian, you like YouTube as well and social media. We actually do transmit our episodes right now into different partner YouTube channels. So Srini, you and Jillian through Dhanada should be in touch with Nishit, who can drive the episodes through your channel without you having to do anything. And that way we can build our family and our network. Very proud of both of you, Jillian, Srini, Dhanada. Thank you very much for bringing them over here. Stay around. Now from India to London to USA, let's go to Europe, Hungary, where Dr. Rakesh Zope is waiting. And let's listen to him, and then we again chit chat. Over to you, Amrita. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Srini. Thank you, Jillian. Dr. Dhanada, please stay around. It's
Amrita,
time to welcome.
Amrita,
Yeah.
Srini wants to just make a closing statement. Is he there? Okay, he is just
Srini?
gone.
He left.
Yeah,
Srini
no
left.
worry. We'll carry on. Take over, Amrita.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Zope, you are an Ayurveda expert as well. And you heard about the talk and the technology, right? And you are presently in Hungary, and you have done your master's in Ayurveda pharmacology, the herbs of Ayurveda, right? And your talk is also pretty much based on food and its relation with healthy living. And so, what kind of Ayurveda do you see in Hungary? And how do you correlate all this with the technology side when you heard our previous guests? Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much for
Global
the
Namaste.
opportunity for me to be here and share my views with the global community. So, a global namaste to everyone. And I was listening to all the talk. It was very nice to listen to. And then I remembered Sri Ravi Shankar ji, who is the founder of the Art of Living. Many years ago, when I joined the college, then he was giving a talk, and he said that Ayurveda is the future medicine. And that now is becoming a reality, because the best thing about Ayurveda is that it is based on the laws of the nature, which are universal. They don't change with the time. Like a simple example which I give is that when we light a candle, the flame, it goes up. Even if we make it upside down, the flame still goes up. So even now it is happening like that. 5,000 years ago it happened like that, and 5,000 years later it will happen the same way. So because it is based on universal laws, it doesn't change, and that is why again and again we have to get back to the nature and take help from the nature. So Ayurveda being one of the most complete health sciences, we are very fortunate that we can still access this beautiful knowledge, and technology definitely is going to add more to this, in the sense that like Sriniji was saying, that you stand on this yoga mat and it scans you. So that helps you to understand what your body type is, what are your doshas, and based on that, it guides you. So the person doesn't even have to find an Ayurveda clinic where he has to go and then search for an Ayurveda Vaidya and then get the things prescribed to himself. but it is like the technology is making the things much easier. Right now, we being connected throughout the world through the technology is one best example. Like otherwise, it was almost impossible for us to know each other and to share this knowledge with everyone. So today I'm going to share something about the art of conscious eating, because Ayurveda gives a lot of emphasis on eating. It says that a person, if he follows a proper diet, then he doesn't get diseases. And a diseased person, if sorry, I think I messed it up. So a diseased person, if follows proper diet, he doesn't need medicine. But if a diseased person is taking medicine, but if he is not following the proper diet, then the medicine will also not work. So the food, whatever we eat, we become that, and that is why it is very essential that we bring importance and awareness about the food. So what is conscious eating? It involves every single step, starting from where the food is grown, how it is grown, where you buy it from, what exactly you need to eat based on your body type, how to cook it, how to eat, and then what you need to do to make sure that it is digested completely and it becomes part of your tissues and even your mind. Because Ayurveda says that food also influences your mind. So we are going to touch all these points in short in next few minutes. So starting with where the food is produced. So it is very important to make sure that the source of food is as much as possible organic. The best way is that you grow it in your own garden. Nowadays, again, with the help of technology, we can grow small little plants in our own garden. Even if it is a balcony, it is still possible. And we need to help the local farmers who are organically growing their food, so that they get inspired and then we get good quality of the food. So I'm not against supermarkets, but we don't know the exact source of food that they are getting it there. So it's very important that we see the source of the food. Then where you can buy is the best place is where you have vegetable markets. Now here in Europe, we have supermarkets where we can buy vegetables, and there are weekly vegetable markets where you can go and buy fresh vegetables which are brought by the farmers, local farmers. So that would be the best place to find good quality of vegetables or grains. They also bring some beans which they have produced. So everything which is local is going to be good for you. Then next important thing is how you are choosing what exactly food is necessary for you. Now that depends on your body type. So you can know your body type based on doshas, definitely. So you can do it with the help of a questionnaire which are available on internet, or you can have the applications which can help you, or the best thing is to go to an Ayurveda expert who can check your pulse and then exactly tell you what your body type is. Now, again, Ayurveda, it sounds a bit mystic, but it is super scientific. According to Ayurveda, every single person is different, and therefore his or her needs are also different. So, what makes you different is your body type. Now, there are three main doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. I will not go too much in detail with that. But based on their dominance, your body type is decided. So, whatever you are, you have to adopt your diet and lifestyle according to that. That is what will help us to achieve this swasthasya swasthya rakshana. So, the best way to maintain your health is to align yourself to your own self. So first we understand ourselves, what body type I am, and then following the diet and lifestyle according to that. So choosing what is good for you. And then you have to change the food according to the season also. Like I know one of my patients, he used to eat the same breakfast every single day for 2 years. And when I told him that you can change it based on the season, he was surprised. He thought that that is the most healthy combination of the food for breakfast, and he was eating it every single day. I asked him, like, do you change your clothes when the seasons are changing? And he said, yes, of course. I said, why not change your food? So that was a big eye-opener moment for him. So like that, we have to be aware that with the change of the season, we have to change the food also. So best thing, again, to have seasonal vegetables and fruits. Then we know what exactly we are supposed to eat, then how to cook it. We have to cook consciously, because many times what happens, sometimes people, they don't have time to cook. They just grab something on the way to the office, and while they are walking, while they are commuting, they eat. That is not a very nice way to eat. And the one who is preparing the food doesn't know for whom he is preparing or she is preparing. So you can experience or you can remember the food which you ate in the fanciest restaurant, which is most famous, and the food which your mother or grandmother was cooking for you. Which was the tastiest one? Of course, the one which was prepared by your mother or grandmother is because they have put their whole love into that. So it's not just putting the ingredients together. It's not just making it tasty. It's about making it really healthy for you. And I heard one of the speakers was saying that your intention matters a lot. So with what intention you are cooking, that also has to be seen. You can try it for yourself. One day you be angry and then you cook food. After eating that food, you will also, the people will start feeling angry again. So like that, we have to make sure that we are calm and relaxed. So cooking and then just mixing things because they have certain chemical properties like mixing carbohydrates, proteins, and fats just to make it a complete food doesn't mean that it would be healthy for you. Because Ayurveda has laid down very interesting and different principles about combining the food. There are certain combinations which are not healthy at all. For example, eating yogurt with fruits. Any kind of fruit is not supposed to be eaten with any milk product. So, of course, there are certain exceptions, but what we are seeing is that eating fruits with yogurt is considered as very healthy. And unconsciously, we are creating problems for ourselves, and then we don't know where the problems are coming from. So making sure that you are cooking it consciously is one more important aspect. Now you have food in front of you. How to eat, that is also very important thing which you have to do consciously. Usually what we do is we just stuff the food inside our mouth. Maybe first 1 or 2 bites you enjoy, and later on it just continues. You don't even know when you're full. So it is very important that you are paying attention to what you're eating. So the place has to be very calm and relaxed, not in the cafes where people are talking and there is loud music. You won't feel relaxed while eating. The same thing you do at home where the atmosphere is nice, people are sitting nicely, and you enjoy your food. That food will give you more vitality, more prana. It will make you feel more energetic. You can try it for yourself, see the difference. And then making sure that you are meditating at least for a few minutes before you start your meal. If you cannot meditate, there are beautiful prayers which are mentioned in Ayurveda or in yogic traditions. So these prayers are just for a few seconds, but they help you to bring your mind to the present moment. So all those things which you are carrying in your head till the time you eat, all these are kept aside, and then you are there with your food. Because in Ayurveda it is said that, or even in Bhagavad Gita it is said, Anna is like Brahma. So we give that much respect to the food. It's not just something which gives us energy or something which keeps our body alive. It's not just that. It is much more than that. And one more fine aspect of food is that it affects your mind. So the way our body has 3 doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, the mind has 3 gunas or qualities, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. So the food which is dominant with tamas, it makes you very heavy and dull. the food which is dominant with rajas, which is like deep fried food, spicy, hot chili, these kind of thing, it makes you restless in the body and also in the mind. But sattvic food, which is rich with fresh vegetables and fresh fruits and freshly cooked food, that makes you feel more alive and energetic. So, do you want to be happy, restless, or lethargic? You decide based on which kind of food you are eating. And how to make sure that you are digesting it is that you eat proper quantity of the food, not just this much is not the quantity of the food. Actually, we have to see the size of the stomach. Our size of the stomach is approximately this much, or some people they say as the size of your fist. So only that much food is enough for our stomach to process. If you eat more just because you like it, the body doesn't like to process extra things. So that's what can create ama. Like Dhanadaji was saying that we have to make sure that we are not producing toxins in our body. And some people they have the habit of immediately lying down or sleeping after meal or getting more active after meal. That is not what we are supposed to do. Or just sitting immediately after eating your lunch, then they sit for hours together doing their work. That is also not a good idea. So going for a 10-15 minutes of slow walk, you don't need to walk very fast, and then giving a gentle massage on your belly, that helps you to get a few burps, and that helps you to make sure that you are digesting whatever you have eaten. So starting from the production of the food till it completely gets digested, this whole process has to be done consciously. And this is what we have been doing. Being an Ayurveda doctor, I bring this aspect, and my wife, she is a psychologist, so she brings psychological aspect of being mindful about whatever we are doing, and together then we are teaching people how to eat consciously. So it includes how to shop consciously for your food items, then how to cook consciously, how to eat consciously. So like this, then we are creating awareness about the food, because people are looking for information. We just need to give them authentic sources, otherwise they end up searching something not so good, not so authentic, and they hurt themselves blaming the system, which is not a good idea. So with this, then I conclude the talk thing, and then if there are any questions, then I'm here.
Thank you, Dr. Zope. That was so lovely. In fact, very important and lovely tips that you have shared with all the viewers. Most of the people don't think about it. Most of the people hardly think how important it is to have a calmness of mind and to involve your consciousness while cooking, eating, and this kind of a legacy that has come from the traditional system of India has put forward India at many places to have like prevention of many of the diseases, as well as the prevalence rate of diseases, may it be COVID or many other diseases. And on the part of that, the another aspect which is very beautiful about eating is about your mind and how you eat, how you chew the food, how much you eat. And before that, filling up, that reminds me when I added up a chapter during COVID about eating and shopping, because that time was the time when people were holding a lot of materialistic things, especially food items, which went out of stock. And so I had like an opportunity to add a chapter in one of the books which talks about this thing: overconsumption and underconsumption of certain things may give you a hell lot of diseases, even if you think you're eating healthy. And a lot of people think they eat healthy, but still there's much more lacking into it in form of their nutrition or the kind of things you mentioned about your patient, where you talk about one food every day a whole year. This will give you so many other problems. And even in today's time, food passions are very common, where people hardly think about what kind of combination of food should be very right. So if whether you're adding chilies to ice cream or you're adding salt too much of salt with sugars, or you're adding dairy with other kind of stuff. So these kind of incompatible combinations add up toxins at an unconscious level that you mentioned, which add up with this. And food flavors, that is so important, which comes not just from your mind, it comes from your fingers, it comes from your own sattva or purity within you, how you cook the food, how you prepare the food as well. And in this beginning of the episode, we started the episode with the touch therapy that Ayurveda emphasized on, whether you started with the pulse touching of a patient, or you started with the mom's a pat on your shoulder, their head, and it touches with a small grain that she's putting in your mouth, and it heals everything in whatever pain you are. And that's what is the magic of touch therapy, which is so important. And that touch comes from the Annapurna, which is the kitchen where you cook, where you do your own service. And that's what Ayurveda talks about. It's really wonderful. And I could see Sharon smiling. I can see Lakshmi ji nodding her head and thinking about with a smile, and a lot of other guests who have been putting up the positive note on thinking, yes, we have been doing all these things and we are into it. So this is what is Ayurveda about. It doesn't have to come from authoritative big sources of things, but yes, a lot of things have to be incorporated and inculcated among people and spread the right words of working on. Apart from this, your talk, I would like to know, what is the current scenario in Hungary about Ayurveda? How do people take Ayurveda? What it is among people? Is it like a spa? It's like a massage? It's like a herb? Or it is something really fantasizing or fascinating? What Ayurveda is in Hungary? Over to you.
Yeah, it's been 7 years since I'm here in Hungary. And in first few, I think 2.5 years till the COVID started, I was traveling extensively in other European countries. But I got more chance to work or to observe Hungary. So here, Ayurveda is one of the alternative medicines. So they are open for it. Whenever they want to look for alternative source of healing, then they go to either TCM or they go to Ayurveda also. And now, unfortunately, we don't have many Ayurveda doctors here, but we do have Ayurveda therapists. So people, they go to these therapists, they get themselves treated like different massages, Abhyanga, and
who is the Ayurveda therapist? Who is called as Ayurveda therapist?
These are the therapists who were trained. They are mainly Indians. They get trained in India for doing Ayurvedic treatments. And then they come here, they start their giving the treatments. So they are trained in India.
Treatment like?
Like Abhyanga, the whole body massage, or massage with the leaves, or even the Shirodhara treatment. These kind of things they are doing, which is good. Or the powder massage, which is Udvartana. So mainly Ayurveda is understood as massage. So which is like a limited understanding, and that is what I'm trying to do, that to make it more expanded. I had a few clients who went to India, and then they said that, okay, they've underwent some panchakarma. And then I asked, like, what exactly you underwent? And they were like, oh, there were different types of massages. And I was like, okay, massage is part of panchakarma, but it is not the panchakarma. So like that, people have some misconceptions about Ayurveda. Also, there are some yoga enthusiasts who bring some importance to Ayurveda, but at the same time, they can dilute the not purity, but the reality of Ayurveda. So because they are not completely or properly trained in Ayurvedic knowledge, they just hear it somewhere, or they read some blogs, and then they start teaching it to their students. And sometimes these students, they end up coming to me asking for help, that, okay, I did some Ayurvedic routines, it was not good for me, can you help me to fix it? Another thing about Ayurveda is that, yes, herbs like ashwagandha and shatavari or triphala, these are the three most famous herbs. And shilajit is also getting popular nowadays. So it's kind of dangerous also that they are taking the herbs on their own without knowing if it is really suitable for them or not, and how much they should take, when they should take. They just say that, okay, I add 1 teaspoon of ashwagandha to my smoothie and then I drink it and it feels good. So they think that it is a superfood because it is sold here as superfood. So it's a kind of fancy thing, but it has not got that name and importance as much as it should. So there is a huge potential here for Ayurveda. And that is the current
Are there
state.
any policies and rules that are built up for practicing Ayurveda or supplying of these herbs that are in the market?
For practicing of Ayurveda, the Hungarian doctors who are trained in modern medicine here, and they have taken some Ayurveda training. There are some universities which give some Ayurvedic trainings, but then there are no Ayurveda doctors who are teaching. They are again some professors who learned Ayurveda somewhere and then they are teaching. So because they got some degrees in Ayurveda and then they are teaching here. So those doctors who have studied some Ayurveda, they can officially and legally practice Ayurveda. But being Ayurveda doctors who are trained in Ayurvedic medicine, we have the certification from, at that time it was CCIM, but still we are not considered as Ayurveda doctors or even practitioners. So we have to work under the umbrella of such Hungarian modern medicine doctors who are trained in Ayurvedic medicine.
Right. And you are allowed to practice to make changes in lifestyle of the people or change their dietary habits and things like that?
Yes, we can do that, but again, to be on the safe side, then I have another doctor who is like Hungarian doctor, and then I'm working under her or like with her, so that legally then it is correct what we are doing.
Right. So thank you so much for joining us. And it was really wonderful to have your talk and to see how beautiful the science of Ayurveda is when it talks about food integration, integration of health with herbs, and how important it is for us to understand conscious eating is so important. So thanks a lot. Before we wind up today's episode, if anybody has any comments, Lakshmi ji, over to you. Yes, please. We cannot complete, and I think Kushal. Yes, Lakshmi ji, your comment first.
Thank you very much.
Global namaste to you.
Global namaste to all of you. Anyway, today's session was very good, extremely good. And the last one, the Hungary person did one of the finest talks. I enjoyed it every bit because he exactly was narrating what I practice and what I have learned from Ayurveda from India. Rakesh, you are based in which part of Hungary?
I live in Budapest.
Budapest. Okay. So we have an organization there, the Hare Krishna Temple, to which we are associated, and I work in Europe region. So this I think on Tuesday and Wednesday I am in Brussels. So one of these days, when we come that side, I'll come and see you, or probably you can come to Brussels when we have our meetings or something like that. So I'm very much interested to talk to you and learn a lot of things from you.
Yes, let's be in touch.
Yeah,
that's wonderful. I will put you both connect you. Yes.
Telephone number in the
Lakshmi ji, I'll make the connection with both of you. Don't worry.
Thank
so
you
that
very
will be
much.
done.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's have a comment from Kaushal Saraswat. Kaushal, we have been you have been watching the whole episode. Can you introduce yourself a bit and then your comments? A very global
Namaskar.
namaste to you.
Namaskar.
मैं भारतीय हूं तो मैं हिंदी में ही बात करने की कोशिश करूंगा
We
और
have
आई होप कि
audience
सबको
globally. It will be nice if you can introduce in English, even if you're an Indian. We all are Indians.
इसीलिए मैं हिंदी में ही बात करने की कोशिश करूंगा और आई होप सो सबको समझ भी आएगी। अब डॉक्टर राकेश जी से मुझे एक सवाल करना है और जो मुझे बहुत
Question.
ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। वैसे मेरा नाम कौशल है, कौशल सारस्वत। मैं चंडीगढ़ से हूँ और एक शुद्धि आयुर्वेदा नाम से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसमें मैं वर्किंग हूँ और वहाँ पे 250 डॉक्टर्स हैं लगभग। हमारे पैन इंडिया में लगभग 30 से 35 हॉस्पिटल्स हैं और हमारे लगभग लगभग 130 के लगभग हमारे क्लिनिक्स हैं, डे केयर सेंटर्स हैं। तो मैंने अक्सर ये देखा है कि जो भी पेशेंट है ना, उन पेशेंट्स को, मतलब पीपल्स को, पेशेंट छोड़ते हैं हम, पीपल्स को आयुर्वेदा पे ट्रस्ट नहीं होता, मतलब वो ट्रस्ट नहीं करते। तो ऐसा क्या कोई वर्ड्स है, ऐसा कोई सेंटेंस है जो हम उनको बोल सके कि वो ट्रस्ट करे? एक पहला सवाल है मेरा। दूसरा, जब भी हम आयुर्वेदा की बात करते हैं तो हम बीमारियों को रोकने की बात करते हैं कि हम लाइफस्टाइल को चेंज करके बीमारियों को रोक सकते हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं हम बीमारियों को क्योर करने की बात जब भी करते हैं तो उधर से सामने से पीपल्स की, और वो जनरली भी है भी जेन्युइन, उनकी उंगली उठती है कि भाई एविडेंस क्या है आपके पास अगर आप क्योर करने की बात कर रहे हो, खासतौर से क्रॉनिक डिजीज में, जैसे किडनी फेलियर है या फिर कैंसर है या लीवर है या हार्ट से रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम है। इन जगहों पे वो एविडेंस मांगते हैं जहाँ पे फेलियर होते हैं। मतलब आयुर्वेदा में डॉक्टर्स अक्सर मैंने देखा है, 90% देखा है कि वो नई रिसर्च को दिखा पाते कहीं पे भी, है ना, जिसकी वजह से ट्रस्ट नहीं बनता। तो ऐसा क्या वर्ड है जिससे ट्रस्ट में ला सके और किस तरीके से हम लोगों को बता सके कि आयुर्वेदा में भी क्रॉनिक डिजीज का भी ट्रीटमेंट है?
So Zope, your question
Over to you.
basically is
Over to
how
you.
can we build trust and faith in Ayurveda? And this is very interesting question, in fact. And yes, you add on your comments and I'll put on. Over to you.
So it's very important that we, as Ayurveda practitioners or Ayurveda doctors or really the Ayurveda spreaders, we have to believe in our science. Because if you believe, people will look at you and they will come to you. For example, like we become the advertisement for everyone. Simple example is that I meditate for last 20 years. And earlier times, whenever I was telling people that, meditation is very important for you, you should do it, and it is very good for you, you will feel more relaxed and stress will go away. They were like, okay, but I don't know, maybe when I get old, I will try that. Now they see it on my face, that smile, I don't know what they see, and they're like, okay, I would like to be like you. How do you have this smile on your face? Then I just said that, okay, I meditate. So when you start believing in your system, then you start radiating that, because we convey more from our vibrations than what we say, and more than our words we convey through our vibrations. So it's very important that we start living and believing in it, and automatically it will happen. We don't even need to convince them, they will come to you. And this has been my experience also. The answer for the second question is that to be legally safe, again, we should not claim anything, because nowadays that has become a huge problem, that as soon as we claim something, they immediately, even though we have evidence for that, there are a lot many researches, but still we cannot claim, because then it comes in this magical drugs act and things like that. So we have to save ourselves. So we tell them that yes, instead of saying that we can cure renal failures, we can say that we can help you to deal or manage your renal failure in a better way. When the person comes, he or she gets healed and cured, and that's it, the job is done. Because if we promise that we can cure it, and if we cannot cure it, then we are in a problem. Then they would immediately come and catch your neck that you said that you will cure me, but nothing happens. So just to be on the safe side, and we tell them that you need help with this, we are here to help you. What happens? And really, there is a very beautiful article. Maybe you can go and check that. It is called as "Predicting the Unpredictable." So it's an article about how the medical diagnosis can be done, or we literally cannot predict anything, literally nothing, because every single event is influenced by every single thing in this universe. Like we know this butterfly theory, so or butterfly effect. Therefore, we cannot promise anything, but we can definitely say that yes, your quality of life will be better. You will be feeling some improvement in your own condition, and that's it. So, how much it happens, it depends on the client's body also, how they are responding, how much they are following. Otherwise, many times I suggest the best prescription. If they don't follow it, they don't get any benefit.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you, Dr. Zope. I think there's a lot more to be done for standardization of Ayurveda, for making up strict rules and policies that can be practiced in Ayurveda, because faith will only come when you have a firm faith and a procedure which is very well streamlined and crystal clear to all the people before they practice all these things. And secondly, uh, think before you say. That's very important for every practitioner, rather than just saying this can be done. And so magics do happen, but then there are a lot of ifs and buts to it. We'll be sharing all this with everyone and bringing with you another beautiful episode on Ayurveda to talk about different aspects on how Ayurveda can heal various things. And I would like to thank all the guests, all the experts and panelists who have made this episode again a wonderful success. And we had a huge discussion. Special thanks to Dr. Naveen Gupta, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Professor E. Sharma, Dr. Antonio, Rotarian Lalgoel, Dr. Casey Katoj, Dr. Zope, and all the guests who have contributed from Professor E. Sharma's side for making this, Ravi Banot, in fact, as well, for making this episode, again, a good success. It has been very informative. I think a lot of people must have taken up a lot of key points from this today's episode. We'll be bringing you another beautiful episodes every Sunday again. And don't forget to join us next Sunday for children's special, kids and teens. So let's have children rolling up to share their talent, wisdom, and we'll be talking a lot more about it. So have a beautiful day, a wonderful night, and a pleasant evening to all of you. From our founder and director, Neil Kumar, I would like to thank you all for being a part of it. And let's wind up with Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam.